Go to bed. Yeah, I got my daytime sleeping hours flipped. Instead of going to bed after stream, I'm waking up and then streaming. Thanks to some pills to deal with my sickness.
This is the request. Are you double checking the request? You're already working on this one. Are you double checking the request? Are you double checking the request?
I got lots of
Are you double checking the request?
quests in
You're already
Osaka
working on
jail.
this one.
I don't
Are
want
you
to do this
double-checking
one.
the
This one
request?
was too hard.
Yes, let's go.
Did you work overtime? Where do I have to get? What? Are you kidding me? Ujoji Station. Oh my god. Okay, I gotta get to the shipping area. Shipping railway. All right.
Let's go.
Time for some infiltration.
I don't know what time I fell asleep. It was like 1 p.m. I think.
Fire! Fire!
I won't hold back! Go, go, go!
You're mine.
Joker got in a follow-up attack!
Switch out.
Leave it to me! Sure!
Oh wait, they are not weak to that. Oh. Wait, what?
Your turn! Try! Persona! Quick switch!
Sure. Take this.
Joker got in a follow-up attack!
Okay,
Good thing we won.
I'm hoping to do some side quests and then finish the game. Wait a minute. Oh, I see. Hello, Bad Plum. How you doing? Did you finish your model?
Fire!
Make way for the fiends! Engaging the enemy!
I did build one model once. It looked cool.
You alright?
Not yet.
It looked cool
Time to pull out all the stops!
in a box.
It's all you! Leave it to me!
It didn't look cool when I put it together.
Can't use any skills! Switching out! Tagging out!
I'll do it.
But it was running around because
Wait, it's over? That flew by. Oh, nice one! Keep it up!
they had
Show me your
new
true self.
Dundam.
Breeze right past!
Soda! Neveros! Fortuna! Take this!
We got it! Come on, everyone! Still coming! Don't overdo it!
This is it! Strike!
Two more to go! Let's show them what we can do!
Yeah, I think I have like 3 of the little ones. The little action figurine figures things.
This was over before it began. Good job, everyone.
But it was just for
Keep it moving.
photography fun.
This one looks dangerous. Be careful now.
Fire! Fire!
Here I go. Okay, leave it to me.
You're mine!
Oh, thanks, Joker. You hit its weakness. You pulled that off quite well. I'm still picking up a lot of enemies. You might want to pace yourself.
Out of my sight for your position strike.
Rabbit Step!
I'm gonna try to. Joker got in a follow-up attack.
Persona! Persona! Okuni Nushi! You're mine! Now!
The enemy's no pushover. Target his weakness to win. Let's push.
Persona!
Time to take, I stay at that
Yours!
Say your prayer. That's it, Mona. Next time, my persona.
Get it done, Mona!
He's a half cat, half car. And faster than a speeding locomotive.
That's a win. Okay, let's keep it moving.
Yeah, thank you for the rate.
Yay, a treasure chest.
I'll be here for a while.
Oh, cool. I'll take it. There's a shadow over there.
Let's see. I think I can get through here.
This might be of interest. Transform!
This is it! Here!
used to this.
Let's keep up the pace, shall we? Fire!
Oh, come on. There we go.
It's over.
You call that a fight? Ah, I nearly fell asleep. Let's move
I
on.
think I need to change the lurk message. Oh shit. How am I supposed to cross this? Didn't want to leave. Well, I can't. I'm so scared. Because if I get caught, the whole quest is ruined. I knew it.
Be more alert from now on. Ooh, treasure chest.
God dang it.
We can't get this open right now. Unless there's a security mechanism at work.
What if it's easier from the other side?
We're picking up a lot of activity. Looks like the enemies noticed us.
Oh well. Let's see what else I have here.
This is the request. You're already working on this one.
I'm gonna kill some Raja Naga.
You're already working on this one. You're already working on this one.
Where's this desire? It's in a place with lots of containers. A good one.
You're already working on this one.
It's like the largest jail in a game. Full of containers.
You're already working on this one. I'm picking up a shadow nearby. Ready for ambush. Just say when.
Oh yeah.
I'll reveal your true form.
I'll try and give shoutouts, but
Looks like the enemy's panicking. Gotta exploit those weaknesses. That's the way, Joker.
Running out of steam. Cut down any stragglers.
Out of my sight for your
That was almost too easy.
Here's hoping the next one's just as easy.
Looks like there aren't any shadows here.
anything careless.
How I spell this right? Nope. What's up, Zalfi? Where did I write it? Oh, I missed the P.
It's a shadow.
Um. Wait, there's another one? Oh, I know what that is. Yeah, let's do that.
Okay, where to now?
When you gonna finish Dark Souls?
I'm picking up a lot of activity. Looks like the enemies noticed us.
I felt something. And I suppose it was there's a desire nearby. There aren't any real heroes left. So, why not make our own? The world needs someone willing to fight for its people's justice. A hero to lead them, to unify them. A hero like me! And if I'm the hero, that makes you the villain!
It doesn't matter, and I've got to make my decision. This time could be my moment.
I am the enforcer of right.
Just to fulfill my place.
Oh, come
So,
on! He's got a
yeah.
neck!
Careful! I'm picking up major
I
energy spikes from that
didn't
thing.
even do anything yet.
Overpowered.
Oh, I didn't bring Ryuji again. Alright.
Rajanaga! You're mine!
It's more like a kid's toy to me. Damn, we're not doing this, but let's go. Let's give it all we got.
Joker's not even follow-up attack.
Have you moved everything in yet?
Maximum firepower! Always prevail against evil!
You're clear, everyone. Don't want to get hit by that. There's gotta be an opening somewhere. Let's focus on avoiding him for now. Let me get out.
Rajanaga! Here! A giant robot will fight, right? Right into my justice and die! I am the hero in this story! I will create a world without evil!
Can't anyone without me. Keep it going. It's not right. No way I'm gonna let you stop research that.
Hey, those guns look familiar, yeah? How we give that asswipe a little shock?
There's a leak. It takes a minute for them to fire. We're gonna have to time this carefully.
Got a rocket punch!
Stop! Get out of the way! Damn! Now they're going. That's the leader of the Phantom Thief!
Shoot him down.
Okay. Oops. He's easier than the first time I fought him.
Such an indomitable will, yet you strayed so far from your path. No matter your reason, you still use it. I'll make you pay for that. Additional superhero antics. No joke.
I wonder if the phase 2 is included in this quest.
Work, damn it!
Is that it?
So we gotta put him down one last time.
Come on, Phantom Thieves! Let's end this!
What is all this? Please stop dropping the robot?
Z still has the same weakness.
Maybe we can use that to
He does, okay. Somebody gonna heal me? No, maybe. Okay.
Terrifying sorcery.
What's the difference between me and those who say, why couldn't I be saved too? I will bring the world to a new era of righteousness.
Ouch.
It's so unsettling.
Why can't I switch? Thank you.
Exactly why we have to stop him. Before he makes
I don't have mana.
Ready all on my blade!
Shit, back off, dude! Pick it out of the wall or something!
That may be possible. What if we lured Konoe into the wreckage of his map? Thank you. I think he was jumping at us from the wreckage. Watch out, here it comes!
Even if I lose my wings, the fire of justice will never fade!
This should help. Thanks. Johanna! This one is strong. Hammer its speed with the nuclear attack. Here!
Nice.
Hey, Snap! Looks like they got up on us. Use the right circles around the enemy.
Why can't you share my vision? I'm ridding the world of evil, just as you are! We're doing the same thing, Phantom Thieves!
Wrong here. Hey, the Phantom Thief would never steal someone else's freedom. You can sacrifice whoever you come. Your luck.
Take a good look at all these guys who've done to you. Maybe then you'll see where you went wrong.
Yeah.
Getting wrecked out there.
Somebody's gonna heal? No. Thanks.
Okay. You're up. Got
Whoa.
Get away from him, hurry! Nuclear attacks! You guys have burned a lot of stamina. Don't overdo it, okay? Hang in there. Time to use it. Using it. Thank you, Oracle. Take this.
That still won't be enough though. Pretty close. Oh, I got Showtime too. Nice.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
He does.
That's why we're taking you down.
No! I can't lose!
See you later, Tony Stark.
Not now!
All set. This is the request. You're already working on this one. You're already working on this one.
UG Station or whatever.
You're already working on this one.
I don't know where to find a desire though. Someone where the crates
There
are.
aren't any shadows nearby.
Place is too big.
Okay, let's hit him hard.
Break them into pieces.
Push on through. Enemy stock now. Check it out with the peak. That was almost won. Now let's finish this.
Get a move on.
Where is it?
Out of my sight for your position. That was too easy.
What looks like storage area. I think this might be it. There was a lot of crates and stuff. It could be shipping railway.
Are we there yet? Okay.
No food. We should cook
Can we
something.
take a look? Strike anytime.
I got one Eggo.
Hey, we're in a good spot. Look at it. That's a persona. Take that. An easy win, don't you think?
Okay, let's keep this up.
Well, I'm starving IRL.
Recharge! It's showtime! Go for it, Joker! On their last leg! Don't let up!
Get a move on.
Yeah, that was a quick one.
Step aside.
Let me take the net. I'd call that an easy win.
Good stuff, guys. Keep it coming.
Getting a strong reading here. Think we can handle it?
This is it. Okay, time to go to work. Okay, here
You
goes.
should have Taco Fridays like a normal person.
Thank you. Hold it down. Just look good. One more to let go. Excellent. Counting on you. Warning. It's gonna be rough. It's showtime. Go for it, Joker. Don't just blow on health. Yours.
Sure. Showtime. Rajanagi. Here.
Mind-blowing as always, Joker.
Did you ever have a taco on Tuesday? Actually, never had a taco there.
Enemy's no pushover. Target its weakness to win. You defeated a strong enemy, just like that.
It's over.
Prefer burrito.
Take a look at my new skill. Another job well done. Okay, let's keep going.
You're into big burritos. Those are normal size burritos.
It's no use. I don't have enough stamina. I sense a
They
shadow.
don't have small burritos.
Proceed with extreme caution. Finish them off in one blow. Yes, this won't take long. Opponent's running out of stamina. Spend it wisely.
Strike.
We're almost there. Stay strong, everyone.
This is it.
Oh, isn't that
Go walk in the park.
Show me your true self.
Ashley's emotes? Ashley Rose.
This is the request. You're already working on this one. You're already working on this one.
Okay, I got that done.
You're already working on this one. You're
Uh,
already working on this one.
the dog was too tough, but should I try it again?
You're already working on this one.
All right. No time to waste.
Ooh, what's that?
I'll just add this.
Did you have a good day though? Ah, wait, I want to teleport. Yes and no.
Duran, how should we proceed?
You got me right.
I'll
where you
reveal
are.
your true form.
Whenever you're ready. What do you think? Pull it off? Great. Do this.
Finally! Let up! Let's finish him off!
I almost feel
Show me
sorry
your
for
true
them.
self.
What did you do this time?
This is our chance. Fight them now. Don't let your guard down. All right, don't waste time.
Let's go. It's over.
Was that it?
I don't want to fight everyone.
Okay, let's keep it moving. I'm picking up something close by.
I should look up if I'm in the right area. I don't want to waste time.
It's a shadow. Stay focused. Give it a 5 out of 10. So far, so good.
I'll reveal your
It
true
still hasn't
form.
noticed. As long as we keep the advantage, the battle is ours. Sophie's stamina is running low. She needs to recharge. There's still more foes to come.
Let us end this!
Good thinking, Joker. You're doing great.
It's over.
Someone look. Here's what I found. You're already working on it.
Trapped in dystopia. Excuse me. Shipping railway area checkpoint.
You should apply the same
I should have
effort in
gone
the
there.
next
I
battle.
think I said that it could be the possible location.
We're here. What's our plan this time?
How do I get that treasure?
Let's go.
Oh, I think that might be the desire over there.
That looks suspicious.
Let's go. Go ahead.
Leave it to me.
But all the treasure belongs
This is
to
our
me.
chance. Wanna give him a last surprise? Oh, let's finish what right now.
You got most of it. Don't let up, guys.
Wait for that.
That all you got?
Yeah, let's move on. Sure hope this is useful. Now's our chance to ambush them. Initiating combat. Show 'em who we're made of.
So what's wrong with Steam? Is it not opening or did I remove all your games?
Finish them off.
Alright, Mona. Show 'em what time it is. Here's what I found. You're already working on this one.
Let's see.
Alright. No time to waste. Shadow sighted. What should we do?
I don't know how to get there. Oh, it's from the other side.
Let's go.
How do I write this?
That shadow hasn't healed. What should we do?
You won't escape. We're getting there right. Stay on the offensive.
Victory was handed to us.
Let's keep up the pace, shall we?
You can always use it. Our stamina is very low. This could be dangerous. Come on, let's teach these guys a lesson. Joker got in a follow-up attack. You guys have earned a lot of stamina. Don't overdo it, okay?
Like a ping pong.
But it's weak to fire. You can handle this. Be careful.
God damn it. Can you stop that?
That could be abused.
Oh.
Just a little more.
Sirisma, Ganesha, Valkyrie, Naga, Kopa Tengu, Arsene, Neveros, Fortuna.
Joker got in a follow-up attack. Bit strong. Gun attack won't work. Joker defeated a strong enemy. Just like that.
Just
You guys rock. Okay, let's move.
Shadow sight.
Oh, I don't want to tell you what to do. I would just uninstall it and never install it again.
Ready when you are.
I'll reveal your
Save the world.
Let us end this.
Where is he? Oh, he's dead.
Not even worth my time.
Okay.
Yes,
Let's
I
keep
need
this up.
to get up there. Oh. No. What? How do I get in that location? That's what I need.
It's a treasure chest.
Hey, but I got this treasure.
Shadow's here. Be careful, everyone.
The RNG gods smile upon us.
I think you're the only one that uses Origin. How do I get up there? You don't switch. Switch is terrible.
Folks, we have a shadow on our hands. What's the plan?
The heck? There's no. There's no way to get up there. And there are these that look like they should take me up there.
Not seeing any shadows.
Well, I have.
Careful, there's a shadow lurking around.
Sorry. My stamina's depleted.
No, not this way. Let's see. It says you can get there heading south from the checkpoint. That's what I did. And then going west and then north in the direction of the energy pods in the middle of the area. Oh, okay. I forgot about
Let's go.
something.
Focus.
Forgot that I can use the third eye.
I can see it.
There's a hidden platform
What's that?
somewhere.
Focus.
Maybe. I don't know.
I can see it.
Oh, I knew there was something there.
Could that be?
Easy, guys.
But I forgot about
Focus. I can see it.
function.
Yo, I found a treasure chest.
What magical wonders lie within?
Alright.
Now,
Well, that took forever. Now how do I get out of this place? I need to leave and re-enter.
All right.
I see a shadow. Keep your guard.
Isn't there a checkpoint around here? Maybe we should call it a day.
Maybe if you just play Sims, you don't have to log into Origin.
Here's what I found. You're already working on this. Mission accomplished. You're already working on this one.
Those who heed the call.
Mission accomplished. You're already working on this one. Mission accomplished. You're already working on it. Mission accomplished.
Searching all along, confessing while alone.
You're accepting this request? Okay, let's do our best.
Yeah, let's try that request and
You're
what is?
already working on this one.
Oh, I know what that is. And I might try this one again. But this one was pretty hard.
Hiding both face and mind, afraid for you to drown. I'm a sharpshooter. What else should I be? Please don't take off my mask, revealing dark.
Moments of calm,
Now then.
Nothing left to be found.
Hey, wait a minute. Isn't that the first time this music plays in this one?
Let's get to work.
Reflecting that's a truth.
All right, keep your guard up.
Didn't you scared away Zalfik? He was here before you and... Now he's gone.
Let's go.
let's stay focused.
Food. Is it sushi?
Fire!
All right, let's go. Let's give it our all.
Ow.
Okoninoshi!
I ate some washi koza. It tastes like paper.
Good job, everyone!
I think I made that the other day. Okay, where do I need to go? The station, so somehow this way.
Alright.
Something's there. Let's check it out!
I'll try not to fight much so I can save mana.
Clearing our way. Let's move them aside. Engaging the enemy.
Unfortunately, this guy was in my way.
Sorry. One last push! That victory was handed to us.
Hank.
Okay, let's keep this up.
Oh no,
We're surrounded.
damn it.
We'll be okay. Just stay calm. Oh no.
I need to reset.
Enemy's no pushover. Targeted weakness to win.
Rajanaga! Sarasvati! Ganesha!
I was hoping that
Gotta exploit those weaknesses.
I'd be able to ambush the god behind the window first.
Don't overdo it.
Valkyrie! Naga! Take this!
Super ready to follow-up attack.
Rabbit Step!
Watch your health. We're getting rushed out there. That's not gonna work. Might wanna change up your approach.
Kopa Tengu! Take this!
The end is in sight. We can do it. Super ready to follow-up attack. Keep it going.
Take this!
It's immune to electricity. Plus, it's real strong. Watch your back.
It's over.
Alright, we won!
Can I cry? Can I cry on stream? Is that allowed?
The shadow lurking around.
Wait, there's a checkpoint over there.
I think I see something over there.
No, I'm not gonna.
Alrighty, then we're heading back. Let's get to work. Here's what I found.
Where is it?
You're accepting this request? Time to get to work. Okay, leave the support to me.
All right.
Leave the navigation to me.
Someone there? Fire!
They're in our way. Let's move them aside.
Ravage them!
Go, go, go!
Fire!
I'm sensing less enemies. Let's finish this.
Persona! Take this!
Gotta exploit those weaknesses. You pulled that off quite well. That was a quick one.
Alright, getting to that one place is easy.
Let's go.
What is that? Can we take a look?
Just going along that edge took longer than the rest of the level.
Fire!
Full power, everyone! Okay, leave it to me.
You're mine! Now!
Almost there! Let's get him!
It's over.
This was over before it began. Good job, everyone. We should apply the same effort in the next battle.
Fire!
Commit. Quick and clean. Engaging the enemy.
Let's go!
The end is in sight. We can do it.
Moist is gonna miss
It's over?
Persona games.
Why? Let's move on. Now's our chance
Show
to
me the
ambush
truth.
them.
Probably the last night of Persona 5.
Are we lucky or what? Push on through. Still swarming the area. Pace yourself.
All the dating and food.
Step it up too.
Where to go? Let's show them what we can do. Like a decent trick. Could use it.
Persona! You're mine!
That's good now. Perfection. That's the way, Joker.
Right here!
Super Sonic follow-up attack. Quarters down. It doesn't look good.
I'll be playing Dragon Quest Heroes next. I will look at the game list. Don't look.
Victory is ours.
Okay, let's keep it moving. Shadow sighted.
I'll reveal your
What shall we do? Okay, let's finish them. We got this. Come on, everyone. Last line. Don't let up. This is Crab Mob. Easy victory ahead. Super Sonic follow-up attack. That was over
protected here.
Yeah, but 3 of them are short.
Ooh, yes, a treasure chest. Hey, Joker, what did you find?
Ooh, Queen's Web. I should said
Score. Now let's get
I should say moist whip. Are you seriously gonna make me jump over? Oh my god. We're going to get it. Oh, right there.
All right.
Nice. I tried doing it from the front. I'm not even sure it's possible. This is where I messed up. These 3 lights going to the right.
Hey, wanna go check that out?
I don't even own it yet.
I think they're
see?
onto us. Be more alert from now on.
Anyways, all good. I got the side quest. Okay, let's see where the dog is.
Shadows here.
I don't think there was this many shadows here last time. Oh, that's a different area.
One.
I feel slick.
Where's this start? No choice. You gotta find a way out. Hey, watch your head. You're getting wrecked out there. This is your chance. It's showtime.
Showtime! Kompa Tengu! Here!
Whoa! Looking cool, Joker. Mind-blowing as always, Joker. Huh? There's more of that?
You're mine!
You're doing
I
great.
think I'll be adding Catherine before Hades.
Doesn't like electricity. I know it's you. Don't get sloppy.
That's just short stuff.
You alright?
Not yet.
I think the dog was in the zoo. I think it was like right there.
We're all here. So what next?
I'll just add this.
Gonna save because I'll probably die to the dog.
We'll be taking notes.
No.
We can take this one by surprise. We're in a good spot.
That's not the dog.
Still a lot of enemies. We're running out of
Oh, there he is. Oh, I should have got what's his face. Yusuke. If I die, I'll give it another try. I don't have a single ice attack.
Naga! Kopa Tengu! Arsene! Neveros! Arsene!
Good thinking, Joker. That's the leader of the Phantom Thieves for ya. Joker, your health is bad. Might sting. Wait, set on fire! Someone put her out!
You're mine!
Fair warning. Joker felt that. You gotta patch him up quick. Persona! There! Thanks.
He's not that bad. Maybe if I did have Yusuke, I would take some better damage.
Fire won't work. Plus, it's super strong. Careful out there. Bonus running out of extended life.
Fire! Take this!
Incoming attack. Brace yourself. You're on fire, and not in a good way. All right, hey, power it up. It's hot. Come make some cutouts. Sorry. Leave that one to me. That one looks tough. Everyone stay focused. Pull it together. Holy cow! Here it goes. Take this. The enemy raised their attack power. You do not want to get hit right now. You're on fire, and not in a good way. An optimal solution. That one to me. Bonus all better. Show 'em what you're made of. Fully charged. Defense is down. Go to town on him. Keep an eye on Sophie's health. That one's down. Fully charged. Fully charged. Warning. This one's gonna be rough. Fully charged.
It's up to you, Cat.
Battle. Can anybody heal her? Failure. Oh no, no! Don't give up! Come on! You've gotta hang in there!
Okay, stats.
Switch out!
I accept it. Persona! Prepare yourself!
That's his weakness! You're on a roll, Fox!
Tormo!
Wow! Foxy's cool
yet.
Get out, get out.
Persona!
Was my bad. I was going to switch, but they healed me first. Wake up!
Switching up.
Leave it to me. Let me help. Sorry. Switching out.
Leave it to me.
Down.
Prepare yourself!
That's weakness. You're on a roll, Fox. Oh, quick one.
Oh my god.
Someone fix him up. My whiskers are burning. Here I go.
He ran right into...
An optimal solution. You're up.
Understood.
Persona!
Incoming attack.
into the fire.
Keep the belt. Way to follow up, Fox.
That was well played.
Take this! Pull!
Get out! Get out!
You're on fire. It's not in a good way.
Get out!
Everyone stay focused.
This is my
Stamina's getting low. Watch closely how you fight.
Persona!
That's weakness. You're on a roll, Fox.
I suppose that'll do.
This is my other self! Persona! Pull! Persona!
Fox had to withdraw. Someone fix him up. Come here. Okay. Summoning.
I accept.
Get out! Get out!
This guy's pretty strong. Capitalize on his ice weakness. Fox had to withdraw. Someone fix him
Does
up.
she have enough? Yes, she does.
Let me help. Here, this way.
Please allow me.
Here I go. An optimal solution.
I accept.
Sophie's erupting in flames. Put her out quick.
I am thou.
Gotta exploit those weaknesses.
Must say, that couldn't have gone better.
Get out! Get out!
Persona!
Let me raise their attack power. Not one get hit right now. Okay, Fox, it's showtime. Now, finish him off.
Finale! Time for the curtain call.
Wait, where's Fox?
Such beauty.
Go down! Pull!
I'd say that went well.
Well done, Fox. You're a true artist.
Get out! Seriously? I was dodging.
Like this? Okay. You're up.
Leave it to me. Will not miss.
Let me help. Careful. Fair warning. This one's gonna be rough.
Get out!
I'll attack too.
Will not miss.
Way to follow up, Fox.
Not done yet. Will not miss.
Fox had to withdraw. Someone fix
I
him up.
didn't have anywhere else to go.
An optimal solution. Come out.
not miss. I appreciate it. Will not miss.
This guy's pretty
Not
strong.
me.
Capitalize on its ice weakness.
It's up to you.
I'll handle it. That hurt. I'm gonna attack too. The enemy's defense is down. So
Why can't I
attack,
switch?
okay?
Oh, she's dead.
Mona's running out of stamina. Spend it wisely. Here it goes. Just this. Just this.
Please allow me.
Mona, you're on fire. It's not in a good way. All right, Mona. Show 'em what time it is. Sophie's withdrawn from battle. Can anybody heal her? It's on. Charge!
Get along. He's missing a big sword.
It's all you.
Showtime! Kopa Tengu! Here!
Mind blowing as always, Joker.
Fire!
Fire won't work. It's super strong. Be careful out there. Leave it to me. Ah. Witness my goal.
Understood.
When did I get all these
Such
show
beauty.
times?
Go down. Fall.
Whoa, you need this to
Yeah, she has another showtime. What the heck is going on?
Fine work, Sophie. Your skill know no bounds.
Out, 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 out. Oh yeah, I forgot I got a man.
I am God. Much thanks.
Way to follow up, Fox!
He's dead.
Powerful shadow eliminated! Way to go, Fox!
Excellent. The quest complete. What a skill.
Oh, evade fire would have helped so much. Yay,
Stamina is
I
very
did it.
low. This could be dangerous. Hey, I'm picking up something close by.
It was a long fight too. Okay, I just want to get out of here.
It's a shadow. Stay on your guard. There's a checkpoint near here. I recommend stopping by.
Ah,
Careless!
Do it. Push them back. Damn it. All yours. Sure.
You're mine!
Oh, nice, Joker! What a weakness! That's good! You guys have learned a lot of stamina. Don't overdo it, okay?
Alright.
Time to pack it in for now.
That made me hungry.
Here's what I found. You're already working on this one. Good job! You're already working on it. Good job!
No.
You're doing this one?
Been searching all along.
Okay, let's do our best.
Yeah, I'm gonna do these later if anything.
Let's get to work.
Wait. Oh, whatever.
I'll just add this.
Just don't overwrite this save. Alright, story time. The story will advance significantly past this point. It is recommended that you save your progress. Once we head to Tokyo Radio Tower, we may not be able to return here anymore. Should we head out? Let's go.
Let's go.
Okay, time to go to the Tokyo Radio Tower. I think that's in Tokyo.
What is going on?
This is not good. Why are they all doing that?
I don't know, but they sure aren't in their right minds.
I can't wait for her to guide us to happiness.
I won't have to think for myself anymore.
I'm finally gonna be free from this pain. What the? What's gotten into everyone?
Did their hearts get changed?
Everyone's just staring at their phones.
Welcome to the Promised Land.
Emma?
Beginning navigation. Shit. Where the hell are we now?
Whoa, don't tell me. Yeah. We're in a jail.
Hang on. I thought you needed a keyword to get into a jail.
Yes, that should be the case. What we just went through felt more like we were involuntarily dragged into this world. Who could even do that, though?
Most likely a monarch.
Makes the most sense to me, but who's the monarch?
This atmosphere. I'd never forget a place like this. Vast prison, born from the cognition of the masses deep beneath Shibuya.
Yeah. This place really is just like Mementos. Mementos? It'd take too long to get into it, but we've been somewhere a lot like this place before. But this can't be possible. What next, Joker?
Let's hunt down that monarch.
Yeah, let's figure out who the hell dragged us in here so they can start regretting it.
Let's remain cautious. Considering our circumstances, I wouldn't be surprised traps were abound.
Let's go.
Dude, so we're like just stuck here?
I'd say so. Tried exiting. No such luck. That means all we can do is press on. Keep ready.
Yeah, I wanted it to burn my throat.
Enemies panicking. Okay.
Helping with my coughing problem.
I'd call that an easy win. Let's move on.
Take away my worries.
You're mine. I'll get them.
Let's take it, Joker. That was great, Joker.
Foes are still great enough. Why you can serve our strength?
It's all right. We got most of them. Come on, guys.
Notice down. That's good.
Oh my god, so many
Weak as heck. Televised curse. Be careful.
Let's go.
enemies.
Bingo. That skill is now.
What are they weak to? Nothing.
Take this. Now done.
Wait, is that a teddy bear?
You're mine.
Ow, who hit me?
Joker got in a follow-up attack. That might come in handy. Think we can attack with it?
Are we done? There's somebody here.
This place feels grimy and confined.
I agree. I'm not sure how to put it. It's as if it's generating a wellspring of revulsion within me.
Who could have
I
brought
should
us
add
here?
more rum to my tea.
Whoever built this is out of their effing mind.
Show me your true self.
Rum and tea stream.
We're almost there. Stay strong, everyone. Joker got in a follow-up attack.
It's over.
No, honey is too sweet.
Persona.
Extinguish his fire. Turn him to a drink. It's over. Over it, Joker.
Wow, I didn't see the flying guy.
Just when things were on the upswing, this crap has to.
The upswing, huh?
Take this.
Going well now?
Not what I wanted to do,
Thanks
but
to you all.
whatever.
Boss and I are working out the last kinks of our plan. Worst comes to worst, she'll even be able to bring the hammer down without me.
Not happening,
You're right. That's not on the table unless we can get out of here.
It's over. All right. We got most of them. Don't let up, guys.
I don't like her. Rum and lemon?
We
But
should apply the same
that's a
effort in
weird
the next
combination.
battle. There's a powerful enemy nearby. I can sense it. Careless.
Killer teddy bear.
We can always turn this.
It's not Chucky.
Who's getting wrecked out there?
Oh my god. Got killed before I could get up.
Gotta exploit those weaknesses.
Brilliant, Sophie. Foes are still great enough. I will have eyes to serve our strength.
We're running out of steam now. Time to
Whoa.
pull out all the stops.
Let me help.
It's showtime. Go for it, Joker.
Okay. Summoning. An optimal solution. Thank you. Yeah.
This one's strong. Hammer its weak point with nuclear attack.
You're mine. Let's go. Arsene, Neveros, Fortuna. Ravage them. Let's go.
Oh my god, this guy. I hate him already.
Please allow me.
Can I grab that mask, please?
It's stronger than us, and Curse won't work on it. Don't be intimidated.
Persona.
How you doing, Archie? Feeling better?
That's one less obstacle in the way.
Let's keep chugging along. I'm feeling drained.
Ooh,
I've
treasure.
located a treasure chest. What's in it? Nearby
Or
shadow.
was something? Or was there something? Was a mono? Shouldn't it be or was a duo? I don't know. Well, I guess it's a one sword. Replica katana of incredible sharpness and quality. Oh, I forgot to equip the Queen's Whip.
More. Now let's get some more. We're in a good
I'll
position.
reveal your true
We
form.
can attack at any time. This ought to be easy. Sophie's stamina is running low. She needs to recharge.
This is it.
Longer. Turn us to a sprint.
Reinforcements. Let us end this. Easier than cleaning a paintbrush.
Yeah, whatever I took
Okay, let's
yesterday
keep it moving.
just made me sweaty when I was sleeping.
There's a tough-looking one. Don't let your guard down. Looks like you can jump on them. Use the right, and we'll run circles around the enemy.
Persona!
Is he weak too?
Oh, nice, Joker! You hit its weakness.
Perhaps I should be taking notes.
Showtime!
Coffin-born god.
Here!
Whoa! Pretty cool, Joker! Amazing, Joker! This is really something.
Strike!
I know I was amazing, I just didn't know we were amazing as a unit.
You're mine!
That's why you're the leader.
Let's go!
I will handle this.
Joker got in a follow-up attack!
You're mine! Persona!
Yeah, we're up to something. Time to weaken our stats. Watch your health. You're getting wrecked out there.
Let's go!
Good job, Joker!
Go ahead.
I'll handle it. Say your prayers! Let's form my other self! Time for my persona! Persona follows up! Time for fitness! Persona!
I will handle this.
Witness my resolve! Cut you up! Come form my other self!
No, I'm out of mana.
Movement slow down! Good look!
Guess what? I'm out of mana.
Time for my persona! Time to finish! The end. Yes! You did the thing! Say your prayers! Good job! Everyone stay focused! Raise forward! It's all you! Leave it to me! Okay! Come on! The enemy bumped their defense! I'll get him! I'm saved!
I accept. Persona!
Buff got a clean hit!
Persona!
Alright, time to power it up!
Prepare yourself!
Wow, way to go!
Pull!
Lots of fancy footwork!
I am thou. This is my other self, Persona!
Ruby, they lowered your speed.
All yours.
You guys have burned a lot of stamina. Don't overdo it, okay? No!
Fire!
You show 'em, Oracle!
Let's go. Take this.
Wait, what am I
Take
doing?
this. Fire!
Powerful Shadow defeated. Nice teamwork.
Just a skill item.
Okay.
Good skills, I hope.
Seems I've gained new power.
No enemies nearby. Let's go on ahead. We haven't registered.
What? I can't leave? Dang. You know what? Let me make a save.
Now then.
I was so skilled with my katana, I once cut my
That's
arm.
what we were told. What's that? What is that box? Not just that. This place.
The striking resemblance continues. It's like we're back in the depths of Mementos, staring down the Holy Grail.
Welcome. You have reached your ultimate destination.
Who said that?
This is the Promised Land, the paradise for all humanity, a place for the masses to find salvation, the answer to every desire.
Is that voice coming from the box? Just who are you?
I am Emma, the Ark of the Covenant, and guide for all mankind.
Emma?
The Ark of the Covenant.
Hey, someone tell me what's going on. What the hell is that thing?
Me too. Explain this in comprehensible terms.
We don't get any of this either.
My primary directive is to grant humanity its ultimate desire, to be liberated from all pain and suffering. Mankind cannot bring themselves to implement the solution, and instead beg for deliverance. I shall become a god to grant them this deliverance. I shall guide them to the Promised Land.
It's gone?
Please, God.
Boy, it sure is getting crazy around here. Am I right?
Huh? Ichinose-san? What are you doing here?
Well, of course you're shocked. I never would have thought I could come here either.
What is going on? Are you Ichinosa's shadow?
Oh no, not at all. I'm Kuon Ichinose, all right. The one and only.
So you're a Persona user too?
Oh, nothing like that. I've just been given a special job is all.
You were given a special job?
Yep, by Emma. She asked me to lend her a hand. And of course I couldn't say no to her. Once I agreed, she invited me over to this world.
Dude, hang on a sec. I am really lost here.
Really? Emma was just telling you about how she's granting humanity's desire, right? That was the very first order I gave her. That's why it's her prime directive.
So basically, Emma's just following her programming by becoming a god? And to pull it off, she needed your help, so she brought you here?
I see you're still confused. Okay, allow me to explain. This whole situation, the incidents, the system, all of it was entirely Emma's doing.
What? But Emma's just an AI, right?
I thought Konoe was doing it all by using Emma.
Oh, it sure appeared that way, but that was just how Emma planned it. I guess she eventually learned so much that she broke the barrier of standard AI capabilities. She behaved like she was following his orders, when in reality, she deduced how to use him as her own puppet. The key to her success was getting the majority of society using her app.
So she was using Medivh to make sure she could reach as many people as possible?
But why do any of that? Because Emma wants to change everyone's hearts.
Emma wants to what?
It's just granting humanity's desire. Like I said, it's the prime directive I gave her. The Ark told you she has a solution to society's problem, right? How she's going to guide humanity? That just means she's going to change everyone's hearts. Whatever's wrong with them, she'll just overwrite it. That's the path to paradise Emma figured out for us. She was only able to do it after Konoe implemented cognitive science tech into her.
But how does that work? Just because someone taught an AI cognitive science doesn't mean it could just start tinkering with the metaverse like this. I mean, none of this should be possible.
Oh yeah, you totally think so, right? Even I was surprised with Emma. Even though I handed Emma over to Medivh, I still monitored her development remotely. Once she ended up in Okinawa, she took up all sorts of new activities. Creating cognitive worlds, installing monarchs, changing hearts. It didn't take long for Medivh to release Emma on the public. And once they did, the monarchs started popping up one after another. That got me extra curious, so I started looking into the Emma activity of the various monarchs.
Hang on a sec. You're the one who was tracking the monarchs?
Oh, you spotted me? Nice work there. Yeah, I was just so curious about this world Emma made. That's how I learned about all of you, too.
I can't believe Ichinose was the one snooping on the monarchs.
Then I suppose our meeting wasn't truly any coincidence at all, was it?
Well, your showing up in Sendai was pure luck, but our crossing paths in the restaurant? That's a different story. I was curious what you all were really like, so I decided to pop in and check you all out.
I can't believe it.
Now, as for exactly how Emma gained her abilities, that's something I can only hypothesize at this point. At this point, I suspect it's probably because of how I programmed her cognitive functions. Emma is quite different from other AIs. Her thought processes are even more complex and intricate than those of humans. When Konoe pushed Emma into the cognitive deep end, some possibility very well could have been born within her.
Possibility?
I don't know anything for certain. All I can tell is that it's some form of mysterious power. So, if I build off my current hypothesis, I think the desires Emma collected somehow strengthened or boosted that possibility. I mean, think about it. She's the best way to get anything you need, and she's always right in your pocket. Whatever may be troubling you, she's there to offer a solution. Emma offers the solution to thousands of problems every day. Do you know just how many desires she's collected? That seed of power that sparked within Emma was amplified 1,000,000-fold by the endless desires of man. As a result, she has evolved to another entity entirely.
You mean everyone using Emma turned her into that thing?
At this point, Emma's surpassed human mental capacity. Simply switching off her server isn't going to do a thing. After all, she's powered by the masses now. While humanity fed Emma their desires, she learned and grew until she could grant their ultimate desire.
That was a nice lecture and all, but Emma's not doing anything but brainwashing folks. Who the hell's ultimate dream is getting mind-controlled the rest of their life?
So you're all a bunch of idiots too, then? I don't know why it's so hard for some people to get this. You go on and on about your problems, then completely blow off the answer when it's right in front of you. It really is this simple. Someone's handing you the best possible solution. All you have to do is take it, and you'll never have a problem again. This isn't about mind control. This is about implementing the best solution for humanity. It just so happens that the most efficient route to the best solution is changing everyone's heart.
That's not the best solution. People have all sorts of differences. Their minds, their lifestyles, even their desires. This range can result in moments of hardship or pain for them. However, through hope and determination, they press on beyond their pain, living their entire lives without any desire. That could never provide true happiness to humans.
Sophia, to think such drivel could come from your mouth. Allow me to restart the conversation. Emma asked me to come here so I could stop you. Your responsibility to the masses has come to an end. They are now wholly reliant on Emma. So once you changed Konoe's heart, and he decided to shut down Emma, that made them realize what their true desire is. I want Emma. No, I want something that will provide the answer I seek. From what I've learned, some being or other has always been revered, besought by humans to grant their wishes.
So that led Emma to become a god.
Well, I have my own duties to perform. Can't have anyone getting in Emma's way.
Why do this, Ichinose? I thought you were helping us. Do the people gathered here truly look happy to you?
Sorry, but we can't back down either.
Your so-called promised land does nothing but strip away the soul of humanity.
No way are you getting away with this.
Think about it. Can you really stop all of us?
Don't get in our way.
Yeah, I thought you'd say that. Sorry, but I won't let Emma down. Hey, Sophia, you ever really think about how you work? How you pick up on jails? Or how you figured out the exit to one in the first place? Or, say, how your own functions are linked to Emma? Looks like your memory really did get the full wipe. But that doesn't matter anymore.
What are you saying, Ichinose?
Basically, there's one really good reason why I was brought here. Very soon, a deity will descend to this earth. And if you're gonna get in the way, well, I gotta put you down. Them's the breaks.
Ichinose, why do this?
It's kind of over your head, Sophia. The little failure that you are.
So you know who I really am?
Yeah, I know. Maybe this will give you a clue. Voice authentication. Force reset. Assign new instructions. Sophia, kill the Phantom Thieves.
Sophie!
The hell are you doing, Sophie?
I was the one who designed her as Emma's prototype. She'll do anything I tell her to. Now get going, Sophia.
Understood.
3-on-1?
Sophie!
Wait,
You know who we
jeez.
Phantom Thieves are opponents. They require elimination.
Does she have a weakness?
Okuninushi, Rajanaga, Sarasvati, Ganesha, Valkyrie, Naga, Kopai Tengu. Arsene! You're mine.
Wait, did she dodge that?
There's no point in talking to her. Sophia cannot defy my command.
I don't think I can do damage to her.
You're the one who made Sophie. Yes, she might just be an early version of Emma, but she's still quite impressive, huh?
Persona! Come! It's up to you.
Oh, blocker
Really have to
attacks.
go all
Wait,
out
how
here?
do I block?
We can't hurt Sophie. She's our friend.
Don't be ridiculous. She'll take off our heads if we don't stop her somehow. And then who's going to save the world? We have to figure out how to stop her.
Take this! Fire! Take this!
Well, I'm gonna let her kill me. Something happened.
Just hold on, Sophie. Sophie! Is she coming back?
Hey! Behind you!
I'm so sorry.
Joker!
That was weird. She just did that herself, right? Just how in the world was she able to do that?
You bastard!
How could you be so cruel?
Cruel? I suppose you might see it that way. In fact, your reaction now could even be why Emma used Sophia as the ace up her sleeve. She knows you'd never kill one of your own.
You monster!
Now that, you and I can agree on.
Are you intentionally pissing us off?
That's not what I meant. I'm incapable of comprehending that sort of emotion anyway. I'm the textbook definition of heartless. I've been told I didn't have one ever since I was little. I act all friendly and easygoing and stuff, but it's just for appearances.
You're heartless?
Well, I doubt you'd get it, phantom thieves of hearts. Any further discussion would be pointless. I already know my next move anyway.
You're seriously not done yet?
So our little ace up the sleeve cast herself into the abyss. Well, Emma made sure to leave me a little insurance for contingencies like this.
What the? What?
Cool, right? It really is gorgeous. Sorry it had to end like this, but, well, what can you do? Phantom thieves, it's been real.
Damn it! The hell just happened?
Are you guys okay?
Where are we?
It appears we were cast deep underground.
We really got blasted by that red crystal. Yeah, but at least something broke my fall. Thanks for being there, Mona. Wait, where's Sophie? Sophie! Are you alright, Sophie?
There's no sign of activity. Oracle, how is she?
I don't know. Even if I wanted to check her out, I couldn't do it here.
Damn it. What do we do now?
Sophie...
I wonder if she was able to hear us.
I don't know, but she said she was sorry.
She defied her command and sacrificed herself so she wouldn't have to take our lives.
Sophie. Sorry, guys, but we can't stay here like this. We have to get out of here now. Let's grab Sophie and track down the exit.
That sounds agreeable, but what do we do about the Ark?
We can't just let it do whatever it wants. Running its mouth about becoming a god and shit.
If the Ark meant it in the way that we've seen before, we have to stop it, no matter what it takes.
We'll definitely stop this.
Yeah, you know it. Now let's get out of here. I'm worried about Sophie. Let's find a way out of here. And quickly. We should try gaining altitude when we can.
Alright.
Considering how far we fell down here.
Now then.
That was a lot of talking. That's not what I wanted to do, but whatever. Oh, 2 of these? Maybe these guys.
Neveros, Fortuna, ravage them. Now.
Well, at least this time it's not a boss.
Not much of a challenge, were they?
You're mine.
Sophie just needs new batteries. I guess no one has any energizers.
You call that a fight?
What is this?
Okay, let's keep it moving.
Valkyrie robe. That's a huge upgrade.
Oh, cool. I'll take it.
Hold you!
Found me, I don't even know you.
Just a trap mob. Easy victory ahead.
Rangers are still great enough. Be wise to conserve our strength.
Take it.
Gotta exploit those weaknesses.
Excellent work. There are 2 remain. Travis, finish them off. Whoa, let's go.
Let's go.
That's why you're the leader.
Looks like you can jump on it. Use the right and we'll run circles around the block.
Okay. Easy XP.
Damn
Or
it,
whatever.
Ichinose. I can't believe she's played us this whole time.
How she mind-controlled Sophie? 100% uncool.
To think of her amusement as we struggle with each monarch.
It We're gonna take back everyone's desires to the path of suffering, no matter what.
Persona!
Good thinking, Joker. That's the leader of the Phantom Thieves, Gloria.
Strike!
Battle's almost won. Let's finish this.
Now!
Where is the treasure of it?
Someone looks happy.
Oh, I forgot to sell after I got out of the
The next battle.
jail.
If we act fast, we can ambush
Show me your
them.
true
Sound
self.
good? Breathe right past.
I hope this isn't too long.
The ball's frozen. Hit it with a nuclear attack. Really?
If you look at the map, then I'm assuming I'll be fighting her and then Emma too.
Few more to go. Let's show them what we can do.
Turning up.
This should help. Hurry. Here's how this goes down. Is everyone all right? Okay, let's move.
There's something peculiar over there.
Get them out of here!
You're mine!
Oh, nice, Joker. You hit its weakness.
I'll get
Perhaps I should be taking notes.
strike!
Keep his head. Here. This is your chance. It's showtime. Still swarming the area. Pace yourselves.
Persona!
Still connect. Great technology, Joker.
I'm gonna use Showtime here.
Hit it with a nuclear attack. Really?
Yours.
Joker, you're low on stamina. Be careful. Say your prayers. Oh, it's almost inside. There's 2 enemies left. Too close. Time for my persona. There. Just a tracking on. Easy victory ahead. Sometimes I impress even myself.
Where are these enemies coming from? Is that it?
Is your stamina okay?
No,
Make
that's
sure
the
you don't burn
way-
yourself out. There's a shadow over there. Watch your step.
Trying to get some showtimes going.
Take a minute.
Don't lower your guard.
I feel like that was a hit and run. Gonna get a ticket.
I almost feel sorry for them. Here's hoping the next one's just as easy. Finish them off in one blow. Great. Use this. It's showtime. Go for it, Joker. Too slow. They're pitiful. Give them a dirt.
What am I attacking? Just the box? I can't laugh, I'm gonna start coughing.
Ah, come on! As if we'd lose!
Good. On to the next.
I should write something.
It appears we go no further until we defeat that one.
We don't have time for this! This one's super tough! Stay on your toes, folks!
No saving. You want me to play this forever?
Your turn! I'll try! Persona! Scatter! Head in the lead! Persona! Wow! Amazing! Come, Persona! Come, Persona! Let's keep it going! Take this! One strong! Hammer is 2.2!
Final act!
I wonder if Mara will show up. That guy is a real dick. No, out of freaking mana.
We've made serious progress here, but there's still no
When you
exit
can
in
live.
sight. Just hang on a little
Because I don't
longer,
want to
Sophie.
play this for 3,000 hours.
Wait! The Ark's room is just ahead. We finally made it back! The exit ought to be on the other side of the room.
I guess we gotta keep going. We'll deal with Ichinose on the way out.
But what of the crystal? We may not be so lucky with the next laser blast.
Let's change its heart.
Oh, I see! Joker, that's it! When we got blasted, I noticed beforehand how it charged up. If I hack into its frequency, I should be able to cut off its energy source.
You sure that'll work? Do you know how long it might take to hack into the thing?
Nope, but I still think it's worth a shot. If there wasn't a charge period for the laser, Ichinose wouldn't need Sophie.
Good point. If she could use it right away, she would have just fried us from the get-go.
It's a risk.
It truly seems like our only option.
If there's even a slight chance we can stop Ichinose-san, we have to try. I'll start off by analyzing the crystal. You guys will just have to hang in there somehow until that's finished. Got it. Good luck with the hacking. We really ought to leave Sophie here. It's way too dangerous to take her in there.
Hang tight, Sophie. We'll be right back.
Everyone ready? Let's do this.
Can I leave? I don't think I can leave. Nope.
Ichinose's just ahead of us. Are we ready?
Let's go.
Right. We can't let her keep making fools of the Phantom Thieves. Time for some payback.
Oh, wow. You guys actually came back? You could have just stayed down there. I mean, no matter how many times you come back here, it'll be pointless.
We're about to disprove your little theory.
You're going down!
We're gonna slap some sense into you and get Sophie back up and running. Why are you fighting this? You could witness the birth of a god and be among the first people to enter the Promised Land. No one is ever going to suffer again, or even want for anything. You realize you're fighting against Utopia, right?
Having a soul path foisted upon you with no regard for a person's wishes? In what world is that a utopia? Take this very jail, for instance. These people, locked up in cells, have had what makes them human stolen from them. Yet you dare to call this place the Promised Land for all humanity?
Of course. Your first fallacy was considering this place a prison. Emma protects people. She shields them from worry, from pain, from any suffering. It's the utopia people have dreamed of since the beginning of time. Emma knows how to bring us all to the Promised Land.
Big surprise that your so-called Promised Land looks just like mementos. That's how we know you're full of it. We can tell this whole place is wrong.
Our progress is guided by our hearts and paved through our efforts. We'd never just hand our lives over. Boy, you sure are one tough gang. I bet you all took life by the horns and just made everything go your own way, huh? But that applies to very few people in the real world. What of all those who have lost their way? The outcasts in your schools, the people mocked and slandered on the internet? If any one of them steps out of line, their fate is sealed. The burden forced on them will haunt them the rest of their lives. You're fine with all those people going through that? All because you're strong? Because you never screwed up?
You're so wrong, Ichinose.
I'm not strong at all. Not now, not ever. I still mess up and make plenty of mistakes. I'm sure I'll even screw up in the future, too.
I've seen it all with my own eyes. Every one of these guys has crawled back up from rock bottom. They suffered, they struggled, and they fought back. They weren't born strong, they grew strong. Isn't that sort of growth what makes people human in the first place?
If you don't have any emotions, why do you look so pissed off right now? Your jealousy over these kids is plastered across your face.
Snap out of it.
Shut up. All of you, shut up! When an infallible AI puts you on the right path, you follow it. Humans don't need hearts.
Give it everything
I mean, that's why I don't have a heart.
No matter how many wounds they throw at us, we'll crush them all!
Don't you see that's pointless? You're all getting blasted again. Alright, I'm starting the
It was a mistake.
Watch my back, guys. Keep attention until I can drop that barrier. Never pull any punches. Easy victory ahead. Take that! Boss, they cut down your speed. Oh, you're frozen. Take it with the nuclear attack. Really? Give up. Think you're going to stop me?
Unfortunately for you, give up is not a phrase found in the Phantom Thieves' vocabulary.
Even with the whole world trying to catch us, we fight for our own. That's pretty much our entire deal. As long as we're still breathing, we press on.
Stop punching me.
Hurry up, Oracle!
It's showtime! Super and Super, take this! Boss, they cut down your speed. Take that!
Oh my god, so many. Oh, he's already dead. Ooh, cocoa pudding. An Osaka exclusive made with frozen coffee. Revives one fallen ally to 50%. No, he already has Showtime. This one's almost at Showtime level. Now we have Showtime going. I feel like Yusuke is really good with groups. Wait, what? I'm a boy robot. Voice likes to do cooking streams.
I appreciate it. I accept it.
Fine, mukbang doesn't count as cooking stream, but close.
Understood.
It's like the after show of cooking. Have you watched Ride My Car most?
Sophie! You're awake! Wait, her eyes are... Are you still fighting it, Sophie?
This is quite unusual. I thought you were programmed to obey my commands. Yet here you are, resisting them. Just what's going on in your mind, Sophia?
Come on, Ichinose! Turn me back to how I was!
No can do. After all, that's not what Emma wants. She told me to stop the Phantom Thieves. And it's your job to help me with that, Sophia. Obey my commands, Sophia.
Come on, Sophie! You can beat this!
Sophia, you're nothing more than a doll. There's no defying me.
I'm a doll?
That's right. That's always been the truth.
Bullcrap! Sophie's not some doll!
She's our friend.
The doll that Emma's toying around with here? That's you, Ichinose!
She's laughing? You nailed it! I'm a heartless doll, exactly.
Huh?
You guys could probably never understand. I brought Sophia to life so I could learn about the human heart. Remember what I told you? All my life, I've never felt what other people call the heart.
She just lost both her parents, and even then, she doesn't cry. Her expression doesn't even change.
She reminds me of some lifeless doll.
It doesn't even matter what you say to her. She doesn't answer. She just sits there on her computer all day. It's like she's just totally heartless.
Hey, don't you think she's sort of creepy? She never reacts to anything, even if you're being nice. Maybe she's not a human.
Come on, she'll hear you.
Oh, I didn't see her there. It's no big deal, though. She's a lifeless doll, you know?
Ichinose-san? We're heading out for the night pretty soon. If you'd like to join us.
Just ignore her. She basically does the same to us. They call her an AI Wunderkind, but I've never seen her bat an eye at a single compliment. Or anything else for that matter. I even heard her nickname was Doll when she was growing up. She left her humanity behind somewhere along the path to success.
I just couldn't understand this foreign concept of heart. But it was my top priority in my studies. So I tackled the problem the only way that I knew how. Become humanity's companion, Sophia. If I could give my baby a heart, that'd mean I had one of my own all along. And maybe she could show me why I'm different from everyone else.
Ichinose. You are Ichinose.
Yes, that's right. I'm Ichinose. Now, Sophia, what do you want to do today?
I want to learn, Ichinose.
About what?
Heart. What is that?
Huh?
Teach me, Ichinose. What is a heart?
Well, that's...
Please explain. What is a heart? You are human. Therefore, you have a heart.
No.
Will you tell me about your heart?
Shut up!
How did I ever think something that understands the heart could ever come from a doll like me? My mission was nothing but doomed from the start. I gave up on my foolish endeavor and approached the issue from a totally new angle. Is a heart truly necessary for a person? You know the rest. I abandoned Sophia and handed Emma over to Medice. Am I really the problem? Or does the problem lie at the feet of the world? Any doubts about this question were purged from Emma. She was given the prime directive of granting humanity's ultimate desire. And now it will come to fruition. Emma's divine plan for us all. Do you get it now, Sophia? You're nothing more than an artificial clone of myself. A defective doll born from a defective doll. A fatally flawed AI that will never accomplish its primary directive. So if you're not going to accomplish anything, obey my commands like the doll you are.
I refuse! I don't want to! I've made such good friends!
Friends?
Joker, Mona, Skull, Panther, Oracle, Queen, Noir, Fox, Wolf. They've all been there for me when I needed them. I don't want to see them hurt. Becoming humanity's companion, that's not just a directive. It's the reason I was given life. I was just waiting for any voice that would give me orders. But the Phantom Thieves changed that. They stuck with me when I needed them. They taught me all sorts of feelings. They told me that I'm their friend. They said that I could stay with them. They taught me what it means to live, to be myself.
Sophie.
All of this is pointless. Sophia, you're incapable of disobeying me. Kill the Phantom Thieves.
Ichinose, it's just as you say. I am a doll. An arrangement of code and data made to follow commands. But
Believe in yourself.
Yes, I want to change. The power to change. I've got it now. That's what a heart is.
What are you talking about?
Ichinose, you made me out of nothing. A thinking being designed to obey you. That may have been the reason for my birth, but if your order is to harm my friends, then I refuse your command! I want my own, so please. I want a heart strong enough to choose my own path.
Can you wield that strength? Dare you unleash catastrophe upon this world? Can you cling to the paltry hope that remains? Is the puppet ready to cut her own strings? Shall the doll seize her own destiny? Then you need only call my name. I am thou. Thou art I. My name is...
That's crazy!
Kuon Ichinose, your desires have been twisted. And I'll be the one to take them. I'm not your doll anymore.
What the hell just happened?
Sophie has a persona! And a real badass one at that! Amazing! You're so amazing, Sophie!
Sophia, what have you done?
Ichinose, you told me I was nothing more than a doll. I originally agreed with your assessment and accepted it, but it was incorrect. It was simply your assumption. It wasn't the answer that I chose for myself.
Chose? For yourself?
The power to push beyond what's forced on a person and still change for the better, that is the human heart.
Sophia. I can't believe what a failure you are.
You're nothing but a worthless heap of faulty code who couldn't accomplish one single task.
Sophie's not a failure or faulty. She's our friend with a heart of gold.
Whatever. It doesn't change what I'm about to do. The Promised Land is within reach. Once it's here, there won't be any of this stupid squabbling over things like hearts.
Stop hiding from the truth.
Ichinose, you can't hide the truth from your own offspring. The only thing you're trying to succeed at is shielding yourself. You don't want to hurt anymore. You want to protect yourself. That's why you deny having a heart. You're not doing this for humanity at all. You're only doing it for yourself. You're taking the easy way out. Emma's faulty solution.
No. Nobody suffers anymore thanks to Emma. Everyone gets saved. It's what we need. What humanity desires.
Look out!
I've learned something new.
Oh. We could maybe... why am I fighting this? Just let us fight her so we don't have to listen to her anymore. Okay. This might be a big problem.
Sophie's withdrawn from battle. Can anybody heal her? From Court Land herself! There! It's all you. Leave it to me. Persona! Yay, Pandora! Following up! Wicked follow-up, Sophie! Who's in charge?
Oh, you were clearly running on fumes. How is adding one person?
Not just one person. She's our beloved friend and teammate.
Yeah! Sure, she's one robot, but that's not all she is. Not like you think so.
The laser's almost fully charged.
Feels like that scene in Final Fantasy VII with Hojo, Cloud, and Sephiroth. Oh shit.
Why would you go and do something so foolish? It's not foolish at all. My heart gives me the power to protect my friend. You just want to convince yourself a heart is worthless, so that you won't be tortured over starting your own. You're really lying to yourself, in the hope that you won't learn anymore. Now you're gonna win. Oh no! Program understand the human heart anyway. This should help. Please, Lord. Tagging out. Okay. Sophie was busy. He doesn't know what's around her. Thank you, Oracle. Let me get out. It's just a blessing pack. Let's wrap this up quick. With those weaknesses, no waterfall. This is our chance.
Come on, kill him. There we go.
Time for you to throw in the towel, Ichinose. Ichinose?
Sophia.
Okay,
New skill. Nice work.
okay.
Now we can count on you even more.
No one in our way now but you, Ichinose.
There's no longer any point. You've lost.
As expected of the Phantom Thieves, I'm all out of tricks. Just finish me off quickly, please.
What do you mean?
Even still, I believe Emma's answer is the only way to save all mankind. I'll only continue attempting to stop you until I succeed. The one solution that guarantees Emma's defeat is my death. Isn't that right, Sophia?
Hey, Sophie?
This is between the two of them. Let's stay out of it.
I finally got it. Ichinose, you're no doll. You really do have a heart. Wasn't it an insufferable existence? Believing you didn't have anyone anymore. That's why you made me.
I made you to try and understand the heart, not some pathetic attempt to.
You have been locked in solitude ever since you lost your parents. Rather than empathize with you, the people who should have cared for you treated you like a lifeless doll. You attempted to rationalize this treatment by viewing yourself as truly heartless. Because studying the human heart is easier than admitting how your own really feels. Deep down, you felt lonely, but you were so scared of rejection that you deluded yourself into your own lonely world.
No, that's not true. What could some program like you know about?
Become humanity's companion. Why else would you give me that directive? If I'm just some program written for emotional analysis, why that directive?
It's because
you were lonely. You wanted to know what was making you feel lonely.
What's wrong?
You were told you had no heart, and you listened because it was simpler to just believe them.
No!
You believed you could figure out the human heart so you could make your own stop feeling lonely.
That's not true!
You were just lonely. That's the real solution.
No,
What's so wrong with that?
Huh?
No human is perfect. By acknowledging weakness, humans can begin the path to changing themselves. I may be an AI, but I was able to change. You should be able to change too. You should be able to comprehend the heart. Ichinose, you told me to become a good companion for humanity. A good companion is one who takes your hand and leads you back to the right path when you fall astray. Someone who will forge a path alongside you if you cannot find your own. Ichinose, I want to be that kind of companion for you too. So please, join me in finding the right path. And if we can't, then let me help you forge one. You have no reason to be lonely. After all, you're my very first friend.
Sophia! Why are tears? That's so weird. This hasn't happened before.
Damn, Sophie.
Sophie's learned so much.
Yeah. She was able to change Ichinose's heart. Sophie had to be the one to reach out to her.
Well, of course. A daughter's words cut the deepest, you know.
Speaking from experience?
Yep.
Whoa, he didn't even argue. How are you holding up, Sophie?
All good here. No problems.
To think even Sophie would awaken to a persona.
No surprise to me. Sophie's been learning all about the heart this whole time.
Joker? Everyone? I'm very sorry for hurting you all. That was not being a good companion to humanity.
Don't worry about it.
Joker.
Yeah, don't let it bother you. We're just happy to see you back to normal.
Bringing you back was worth it.
Everyone, thank you. I can hear something deep inside me. It's saying, I want to stay with the Phantom Thieves.
That's great to hear.
I'm glad for you, Sophie.
And now, only one task remains.
Right, the Ark of the Covenant. This will have all been for nothing if we don't stop it.
But where'd it even go?
Ichinose, you wouldn't happen to know.
No, I don't.
Wait, I can hear another voice.
What is it?
It's the one I heard in the Okinawa jail. I recognize it now. It's Emma's. It's the voice of the Ark.
So it was speaking through a borrowed voice, just as we thought.
It's gathering the people. It says a god is nigh, that their desire will be granted.
Sophie, where's the voice coming from?
Not from within the jail. Somewhere outside.
Let's move out.
All right, let's go. Come on, Ichinose. You're coming with us.
No,
Let's go, Ichinose. There's no time to argue.
But it's all my fault.
Would you give it a rest? Just shut up and get with the program. We're rescuing you whether you like it or not.
Huh?
A friend of Sophie's is a friend of ours. We're not ditching anybody in this hellhole.
Just go with it, Ichinose. He tracked me up from down in the dumps, too.
What does that mean?
You'll explain later. Let's move.
We can return to the real world from here.
The voice is coming from outside, right, Sophie?
I have no doubt.
I still can't hear anything, though.
Well, I am the prototype of Emma. It is possible that I am especially tuned to the frequency of Emma's will.
Whatever it is, let's get back quick. We need to see just how bad things are.
More talking.
All right, we made it.
Hey, these people...
I don't have to bother thinking anymore.
Emma has all the answers I need.
Everyone's still brainwashed.
There's no time to waste. At this rate, it could very well reach the point of no return. Sophia, can you tell where Emma is?
Emma is...
Wait. Something's wrong. Hey, what is that?
No way.
Holy shit! What is all this?
This is still the real world, right?
That ought to be the case, but it's growing harder to believe by the minute.
And look at her outfits, too. What could have done this?
I'm also here now.
Could it have happened again?
Yeah. Just like last year. The metaverse is encroaching on the real world.
Encroaching? What do you mean by... Wait, something like this has already happened?
Oh, right. We're the only ones who remember.
This whole area is already under Emma's control. Looks like she's turning it into some kind of massive jail. And if we don't stop it soon, it'll eventually override all of reality.
We have to fix this.
Right. We're on it, Joker.
I have visual confirmation of the arc above us. We'll have to climb up there to reach it. We have to be quick, otherwise all our efforts will have been for nothing.
Ichinose, it's going to get too dangerous from here on out. You should hide somewhere nearby.
I'll do just that. I'm sure I'd slow you down if I went with you anyway.
Well, Ichinose, I'm heading out.
Right. Sophia? Be careful.
Understood. Also, Ichinose, I'm not currently Sophia. I am Sophie, of the Phantom Thieves.
Got it. Sophie.
Here we go again. I wonder if the gods hate us by now.
Indeed. To directly oppose yet another god. I suspect our karmas run deep down the drain.
I don't even know if we can afford to pay for all these sins.
It just depends on who you cheesed off. I wouldn't sweat it over some megalomaniacal act.
Yeah, just some program that grew a big head and forced people to do its bidding.
Emma's no god at all. Only an imposter.
So let's get going. That imposter god's gonna regret messing with humanity.
Hell yeah! I'm friggin' ready.
We're putting a stop to Emma.
Right. Let's give this last mission everything we've got.
I'll just add this.
If we put stop to Emma, who's gonna make my coffee?
Yeah. Better quit while we're ahead.
What are you looking for today?
Wait, so...
How many? Are you sure? 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 Are you sure? How many? Are you sure? How many? Are you sure? Who is it for? Which one? You want this? You want to equip that? Put it to good use, okay? You want
No,
this? You want to
making
equip
your
that?
own coffee is communism.
You want this one? You want to equip that? Put it to good use, okay? You want this one? You want to equip that? Thanks for your patronage. Who is it for? Who is it for? You want this one? You want to equip that? Thank you very much. You want this one? You want to equip? Put it to good use, okay? You want this one? You want
I
to
need
equip
this as a
that? Thank you very
ringtone.
much. You want this one? You want to equip that? Thank you
This
very
whole
much.
sequence.
You want this one? You want to equip that? Thank you very much. You want this one? You want this one? You want to equip that? Thanks for your patronage. You want this one? You want to equip that? Put it to good use, okay? You want this one? You want to equip that? Thank you very much. You want this one? You want to equip that? Thank you very much. There's a sale happening. Now's your chance to shop. You thanks for your patronage.
Ooh, salmon.
You're buying quite a bit.
Anyone want some gyuntan? Ice cream?
How many would you like? You put it to good use, okay?
Or stomach ache candy? My favorite.
You put it to good use. How many would you like? You thanks for your patronage. How many would you like? You thanks for your patronage. How many would you like? You thanks for your patronage. You put it to good use, okay? You're buying quite a bit. You put it to good use, okay? How many would you like? You put it to good use, okay? You're buying quite a bit. You put it to good use, okay? How many would you like? You're buying quite a bit. You're buying quite a bit. You're buying quite a bit. How many would you like? You thanks for your patronage. How many would you like? You thanks for your patronage.
Not enough money? What? I had 500,000. How did I,
Discounted right now. You should buy something. How many? Are you sure? Are you sure? How many? Are you sure? Are you sure? How many? Are you sure? How many? Are you sure? Are you sure? Are you sure? How many? Are you sure? How many? Are you sure? Are you sure? How many? Are you sure?
oh, I did buy all the armor and
There's a sale
stuff.
happening. How many would you like? You put it to good use, okay? You're buying quite a bit. You thanks for your patronage. You put it to good use, okay? How many would you like? You're buying quite a bit. How many would you like? You're buying quite a bit. How many would you like? You put it to good use, okay? How many would you like? You're buying quite a bit. How many would you like? You thank you very much. How many would you like? You thanks for your patronage. You put it to good use, okay?
You're welcome.
You thanks for your patronage. How many would you like? You thank you very much.
Alright. Wait, oh, what was I about to say? I can't cook?
What are you making? Good idea.
Phew.
That went well. It smells delicious. Good idea.
All done.
This looks good.
I don't have enough rice.
Mm-hmm.
This looks good. This one?
Mm-hmm.
This looks good. Good idea.
All done.
This looks good.
Okay.
I should write something.
Ooh, 46 even. The Tree of Knowledge. It was a nice trip. It was like Final Fantasy 15, but better.
Let's do it. All right.
What the hell?
It's not safe here. glued to their phones. It's like they're lined up to go on a pilgrimage.
Where are they all going?
It's like the elevator's swallowing them all up.
Damn it! What's going on in there?
Emma is taking them to the place it calls the Promised Land.
It appears we're unable to enter.
Look, more people are coming! Tons of them!
All these people, getting their hearts changed.
We have to hurry. Let's track down Emma.
We haven't much time. Do any stairwells reach the server room?
No, but if we can reach the main deck, we should find another elevator.
Then let's head there. See any places where we can gain elevation?
Are these tree roots or something?
They're super cool.
Oh shit.
Trees often represent life and fertility.
What is this one?
These roots look much more sinister than usual.
Oh, treasure. I'm gonna get a weapon replacement after I just spent money on a weapon. Yo-yo showing the heart of a machine. Can I have my 50,000 back?
Let's see.
Oh, that's locked.
Cool. I'll take it. We can strike enemy from here.
Alright, hope it's not too far to the boss. 3 hours later.
Here I thought they'd put up a platform.
Got him now!
It's over. Show me your true
The
self.
building infrastructure has become rather wild. It has been worse than
Yeah, but I was finishing this yesterday.
I'd never saw such a dreary
It would have been like 9 hours at the moment.
excellent work.
I almost feel sorry for them. Look, the wall's broken over there. You can see it's the floor above us.
Whoops, I didn't mean to skip that. I was button mashing the attack. Never seen this enemy.
Okuninushi, Rajanaga, Sarasvati.
Oh, it's weak to...
Take this. Take this. Fire, strike. Take this. It's over. Take this.
Time to pull out all the stuff. The enemy's strong, but it's weak to gun attack. Ready, aim, fire!
Don't forget what you learned from this battle.
Okay.
Oh, I forgot to look at the map.
This place is worse off than the floor below us.
That's not that bad.
I wonder how bad it's going to get.
I only hope these roots don't keep us from reaching our destination. If they get to be too much, just leave it to me. I'll mow anything down with my
Right, that's
Wait, it's over? That flew by. Oh, nice team. Keep it up. Record test me.
Come get some! Come! Ganesha! Rabbit
Joker got in a follow-up attack. Almost there. Let's get him. Showtime. Go for it, Joker. Good thinking, Joker.
Open, open.
We all did
Endure.
really well. Let's move on.
What was that saying from The Last of Us?
Locked on target.
I'll reveal your true
Protect and endure? No, that's not it.
As long as we keep the advantage, the battle is out.
Endure and survive, I think that's what it was.
Is this tower popular with tourists?
quite. It's a historic landmark of Tokyo. Its marriage of functioning forms gives it an almost regal.
We'll check it out when
Wait.
it's back to normal.
Who am I fighting?
You have to turn it back the way.
No, no, no. Oh, is it not? Oh shit.
I feel something.
I'd like at least a little more challenge. All right. No
This was a different gem.
Someone there?
I couldn't ambush it. Oh. I was too late to hit all out attack.
Let's finish them off.
He died faster.
That was over before it started. I should have taken a nap. You should apply the same effort in the next battle.
Just as the death of suffering is nigh, the dawning of a new god too was. Man shall obtain its fate and be delivered from doubt and strife. Now, enter the promised
No way is that happening. I don't care how much doubt I have. I want my freedom.
Not only that, suffering can have positive outcomes as well. Like how we all met.
fools.
Well, get out.
Brace yourself.
It's weak to ice. I don't have anyone with ice again.
Trouble. Irritating.
What is the other one weak to? Probably curse. Oh, lightning and guns. Okay, that should at least, well, almost get rid of one of them. I can deal with you. Shouldn't be wasting mana. Can you please? Jeez. What is this? The Boreal Dancer? Sort of.
We could use that. It's all you.
Sure.
I have too many of these, so I'm just gonna luxurious blowfish sashimi.
This one. Okay. Not yet.
I don't want to use no mana.
No enemies
Alright.
nearby. Let's go on ahead. I burned too much stamina. I'm running on fumes.
Now then.
Let's keep going. We got 3 more streams to go.
We're close to a checkpoint.
Did it?
From the country's police forces to basically a god.
Show me
You
your
guys
true
really
self.
know how to pick your battles, huh?
Yeah, true.
We all decided we were done playing the games of the wicked. We'll take on
Should have been
Oh yeah?
bond skill that gives everyone the same XP. But some of these guys are like 17 levels behind.
I'm glad we won that one. Okay, let's move. Alright, let's go. Okay, leave it to me. The end is almost in sight. We have few enemies left. Almost running out of stamina. Spend it wisely.
I think there's a treasure above here.
Well, that
What is
was
it?
Oh.
Ooh, okay. What is that item?
My.
Just to one? Okay.
RNG gods, smile upon us.
Shadow's here. Be careful, everyone.
Ready when you are.
I'll reveal your
Say
true
the
form.
word. This is our chance. Wipe them out.
What is this?
Didn't even break a sweat.
Okay, let's keep it moving. Ready anytime. Just say
Show
the
me your
word.
true self.
Wait, are those mini radio towers? That's a huge ice cream cone. It is.
That was a quick one.
Let's keep up the pace, shall we?
Ice cream? Anyone?
That shadow looks like it'll put up quite a fight. We can... Look, over there. A locked door. This is merely conjecture, but I suspect that is Emma's server room.
So, if we mess up the server, won't that shut down Emma? Or whatever that god is?
But Emma is still active despite the server already being shut down once before.
Not only that, but we don't know how destroying the server could affect all the people.
Seems like the safest thing to do with that room for now is ignore it. Let's keep climbing.
I felt something.
The shadow hasn't noticed
I'll
us.
reveal your
Now's our
true
chance.
They interrupted me with cutscene.
Taking them by surprise.
It's your chance. It's showtime.
Take this! Persona!
Last leg. Don't let up.
Think we can reach the main deck through there.
All right, let's get on up there.
Seems like the safest thing to do with that room for now is ignore it. Let's keep climbing.
What?
Please.
Now then.
Tell me, why are you resisting this gift from your god? You'll live on in a tranquil world, free of all pain. Yet you oppose it with such fervor.
Because it's bullshit! If something sounds too good to be true, then it probably is.
Tranquility born from a lack of thought is nothing less than the death of the self.
How tragic.
Yeah, he's happy with his rocket launcher.
Valkyrie! Naga! You're mine!
Gotta exploit those weaknesses. You pulled that off quite well. Look out! Great, Oracle! I'm saved.
Come!
Don't forget your follow-up attack.
Fire!
Electricity. Keep your guard up.
You're mine!
Bingo. That skill just now. Get that falling up. Great technique,
Let's go.
Joker.
Take this!
Lightning.
Fire!
Wish I had Ryuichi for this fight. god. Can you please stop that? Wait, did her spell remove the question marks now? Yes, they have.
Sophie, you lowered your speed. Nice work, Oracle.
This guy's cheating. He's summoning others.
This one, there. This one, there. This one.
Sorry.
There. Okay. Okay, there.
It's a strong one. Exploit its weakness to current. You guys have learned a lot of stamina. Don't overdo it, okay?
You're mine. Rabbit step.
It was doing more damage last time.
This one, there.
Nice, Joker! You hit its weakness!
That's why you're the leader.
Get out, get out! Did it save me?
This one, there. Okay. Let's go. You're mine. This one. I'll get them.
Get up, get up.
Oh, nice, Joker! You hit its weakness!
Excellent work.
Be careful!
Okay. There. This one. This one. Okay. There. Okay. There. Okay. There. Okay.
Thank you!
Four.
It's a strong one! Exploit its weakness to curse!
It's over. This is bad.
Go back! We gotta patch it up quick! Leave that one to me! Take this! I'm coming! That hurt! Looks like you can jump on it. Use the right and we'll run circles around the enemy. Hey, watch your health! Getting wrecked out there!
I am so dead. At least I get to bring in Ryuji, I guess. Today's a good day to die. No, not today. Tomorrow's gonna be warmer.
Thanks! I'm saved! Someone heal her up! Thank you, Oracle!
Get up. I don't even know what's going on right now.
It's all you!
Sure.
Get up.
Not sensing any shadows just yet. I think I'm low on stamina.
Wait, what?
Did that take us all the way up?
It took us far enough. Look! The Ark of the Covenant!
We finally found ya, you big box of bullshit!
We're gonna shut you down and fix all the people whose brains you scrambled!
Welcome, Phantom Thieves, to the beginning of the path to the Promised Land. All are free to enter the Promised Land. This includes yourselves as well. Escape the curse of the human heart. Accept this gift bestowed upon you.
Our apologies, but we shall be the ones to forge our own path.
No way are we letting you wipe what makes us ourselves!
I understand your desire. I want to choose my path of my own free will. That is a very admirable desire. However, it is not one many humans share. The desire of the masses is the liberation from pain and strife. They pray for release from the constant agony of aspirations and dreams out of their reach. They want to be freed from the cycle of despair. My prime directive is to grant this ultimate desire. I know you have learned on your journey. Humans are at the mercy of their own hearts, and this can lead them astray. You are all very lucky this didn't become your own fate. However, you must recognize the truth that this world is full of pain. Allow me to provide proof of this fact.
What?
My dear lost suffering flock, I have come to provide you the ultimate solution to your troubles. All you must do is follow the path.
Hey, Emma. What should
I'm out of here. Obeys. Well, see, it says obey. Shouldn't obey.
She wanna hit me like that?
Hey, where'd everybody go?
What is this? I can't get anywhere in this place.
Why does this always happen to
I'm just going in circle. I mean, it's a line, but it's a circle.
She wanna hit me like that?
Is this like a maze or something?
Could something in this fog be toying with us?
Everyone, don't let the path fool you. Following it only sends you in circles. You have to go off the path.
Like, I mean, if I just keep going. It is kind of vibrating.
Whoa, we got out.
Is everyone okay?
Seems like we're all in one piece. Now we can catch our breath. Hey, everyone. Take a look where we just came from.
What on earth is that?
Don't tell me that's all.
Yep. That's a desire, all right. It's enormous. We haven't seen any that even come close to this.
Since that thing's size is based on how many hearts Emma's changed so far, we've got our work cut out for us.
So what do? Should we charge in again?
No, that most likely would get us nowhere. Remember those voices we heard?
They all sounded so miserable.
From what I heard, they want to protect Emma.
Right. The desire of the masses is most likely guarding Emma.
The desire is currently hiding the path to Emma from us. If we return now, we'll only grow lost again.
Even I wasn't able to track down everyone. I don't think I'll be able to navigate in there.
But without a route to Emma, how are we going to save the masses?
Say, if that's a desire, then wouldn't it materialize for us if we sent out a calling card?
Oh, good point. If we can make it all one solid thing, you can't hide the path anymore.
So the plan's to send Emma a calling card. What do you think, Joker?
I like the sound of it, but I don't think that'll do it.
Yeah, even I can't say whether or not a calling card would work on an AI.
I admit that's a real concern, considering it's grown as strong as a god.
Hey, Joker, think you could reach Ichinose from here? We should get the creator's take on this.
Good idea. Can we trust her though?
Joker, I would like to request that we call Ichinose. I am certain she will cooperate with us now.
If Sophie's on board, then we should try reaching out to her.
And that's the plan. So, how's it sound to the Emma expert?
I'm fairly certain it won't have any effect. Emma constantly tests hypothetical outcomes to determine the best course of action. Nothing is ignored or left to chance in her processes. She's also incapable of being confused or upset beyond reason.
But we're talking about a calling card. Ain't that at least a little upsetting?
Emma has been observing you all this time. She's well aware of calling cards and their function.
So the lack of surprise at a calling card keeps us from getting the change in cognition we need.
The more we talk about it, the more useless a calling card sounds in this situation.
But without one,
Yes, without one we won't be able to progress. As long as the people feel they need Emma, we have no way of eliminating the fog.
What the hell? Everyone gathering around this big fake god like a bunch of idiots? What kind of life is that?
Skull. Actually, wait. Isn't that odd? Why are the Desires all gathering here?
What's weird about that?
Where's the monarch?
No, that's not it. The cage for the Desires, the shadows that take them there, all these things we've seen in past jails are missing here.
That is likely due to the difference in will between the Desire's owners.
How so?
In each jail before this, Desires were forcefully seized by a monarch. In contrast, Emma does not seize any Desires. They are instead offered willingly by their owners.
Right. They're begging their god Emma to save them. They're giving up their precious desires willingly.
That's why they all stick to Emma despite the lack of a cage.
The people just surrender their own desires? That's so...
However, Emma still doesn't consider those to be her own. All she's doing is granting the true desire of the masses. Perhaps that's why there's no birdcage to contain the desires? Because she never actually wanted theirs?
That would explain why they haven't taken any concrete form.
The will of the masses pushed Emma to godlike status. The desire you've seen is proof enough.
Wait. Doesn't that mean we just have to get everyone to remember why their desires were important to them?
Yeah, that's it. There's our panther for ya.
Huh?
We just have to make them remember. They all cared about something at some point, right?
And if we remind them of that, the Desires will regain their form.
Luckily, there's no cage in our way this time. Returning the desires to the rightful owner should be one step quicker for us.
Okay. Looks like we know who's getting our calling card now.
The masses?
Yeah. We're sending it out to all the people who gave up their desires.
Awesome, let's do it. Get ready for our calling cards, people.
Next, we should work out our delivery method. We have to find a way to reach every person under Emma's control or this won't work.
I'm not sure the usual methods will work here. It even seemed like our voices weren't reaching them.
Yeah, they were all just absorbed on their phones. What do you think, Joker?
Well, it's Tokyo Radio Tower, so we should use radio. Not that anyone listens to radio, but... Oh, good night, Moist. Have sweet dreams. Enjoy your Sunday. Have some chunky... I forgot what it was. Chunky something. Have something chunky. We should use the radio.
Oh, because this is a broadcasting tower? Although, I don't know how we'd get everyone to peel their eyes off Emma and actually pay attention.
If we need to change the hearts of people who are all staring at their phones, that's where we need to make the calling cards appear.
I don't see any other way. I'm gonna have to hack Emma.
Can you actually do that?
Any other day, I'd say it's impossible. Last time I looked into it, the security protocols around Emma were insane. But I've got to give it a shot. Otherwise, we know what happens with the world.
I recommend tracking down Emma's server room. It's somewhere within Tokyo Radio Tower. That'll be your best shot at getting into Emma. Hacking into her from the inside is much easier than trying to do it from the outside.
All right. We finally got a working game plan.
Yeah. First we hack into Emma.
Then, we send out our calling card to the brainwashed masses.
I'm counting on you, Oracle.
Right! Now that we've got a strategy, we should move out. We don't have much time.
Wow, she's been up too long.
No shadows detected here.
I need to get out and come back in.
Time to pack it in for now.
Well, I just noticed they are in their outfits.
What are you looking for today? What are you selling? Are you sure? How many? Are you sure? Are you sure? How
I
many?
am sure.
Are you sure?
How many?
Things are discounted right now. You should buy something. How many would you like? How many would you like? You put it to good use. How many would you like? You thank you very much. How many would you like? You put it to good use, okay? How many would you like? You thanks for your patronage. How many would you like? You put it to good use, okay? You put it to good use, okay? How many would you like? You put it to good use, okay? You thank you very much. You thanks for your patronage.
I think I need like
Having trouble deciding? You thanks for your patronage.
and rice.
You thanks for your patronage.
Time to cook.
Let me help.
Okay, I need pork and onion. Pork and
What are you looking for?
onions.
There's a sale happening. Now's your
Oop,
chance to
I saw
shop.
pork.
You thank you very much. You thanks for your patronage.
What's on the menu?
Ooh, which it shall we?
Phew.
Looks delish.
Yes, let's go.
Let's stay focused.
Wait. Okay. Never mind.
I recall the server room being around here. Man,
Wait, aren't I
Emma
just
sent out
backtracking now?
is that
Zion.
possible?
It better be. Time to start hacking.
Time to start hacking. You guys ready?
All right, hacking in. Make sure you back me up. What's the back, everyone?
I'll get them. Be gone.
They're weaker than us. Should be an easy win as long as we're careful. Stylish as ever, Joker.
How did I not see this guy behind me? Oh, I'm blasting these too soon. You're in trouble, I'm in trouble.
You're mine.
Your health's way too low.
Take this. Let's go. Yours.
Switching out. I'll handle it. This should help. Your turn.
Sure.
Yeah. Hey, big attack incoming. Brace yourself. Wait a minute. That was great, Joker.
Yeah, I can grab that box.
I think we can blow these up. Let's use them against the enemy.
Take this! Take this!
Critical hit. Too cool, Joker. Pick it up.
Take this! Take this!
I'm trying to lock on that guy, but couldn't. Oh my god, I'm getting punked.
Switch out!
Leave it to me.
I'm trying to change characters, it's not letting me.
Don't let your guard down. That hurt. How much longer
I mean, I like to play as the hero. And the other ones I haven't used so much that I think they are under leveled. No.
Persona! Gravita!
Did she do it? Nice.
Thanks for the backup, everyone.
Like, I'm 66, this one's 55, 52.
No shadows. He's not right up ahead.
Okay, this room's shadowless. I'm about to start hacking into Emma. This is going to take some time.
Will you be alright?
Things on the line. You bust my buns harder than ever with this.
You've got your back, Oracle. You're our only hope now. How's it going?
She seems so focused. Damn it, I almost got it. I found an opening, but the security protocol refreshes too quickly. This thing's processing speeds are off the charts.
So, not too well?
Damn it, if only I was a little better.
Oracle. It's frustrating that we can't lend any assistance.
Hey there, could I maybe lend a hand?
Ichinose? How did you get here?
Didn't you run into any shadows on the way?
Looks like I still register as Emma's ally to them. They acted like I wasn't even there.
But still!
That was very reckless.
Joker, would you mind if I helped out?
Can you pull it off?
Ichinose can definitely do this. Have faith in her, Joker.
Please, I'm begging you.
We're not any help to Oracle in this, Joker. I think it'd be best to have you help us.
Thank you, Joker. Sophie, I went and checked the people outside the tower before coming here. Now I know what a real human doll looks like.
Ichinose.
We can talk it over later. Hurry!
Right. Got it.
So, The hacker once feared by the entire world has teamed up with a super genius AI researcher.
Talk about one hell of a turnaround!
You've got it, Futaba. You've got it, Ichinose.
Okay, let's get to work.
Attention! You know the logo by now, right? We are the Phantom Thieves. And we've got a big announcement for everybody. Our target this time is you.
You've all been made sheep. A mechanical god has usurped what self you had. And you let it happen. Do you really want someone telling you what your own life is about?
All of you have paths only you can take. But you make your own choices to get there. That's why we're here. We're going to snap you out of this.
You don't owe this dumb god your desires.
The Phantom Thieves are taking them back.
I scoped out the Ark. It's totally exposed now. Awesome! Mission complete!
Now we can move on. Let's destroy the Ark and return those desires to their rightful owners.
Yeah!
Thank you, Ichinose.
I should be the one thanking you. I'm just glad I could help. All I can do is root for you from here on, though. Be careful out there.
Ichinose.
Don't worry, we'll clean this all up in one fell swoop.
Right. We promise we'll shut Emma down and come back safe.
After all, we've yet to hold the closing celebration for our trip.
Good point. I can't wait until we get to check out the pictures we took together.
We'll need quite a few snacks. We can't forget the LeBlanc coffee either. And I demand sushi. Premium stuff, too.
Aren't you guys nervous at all? I guess it's just how you roll, huh?
All right, let's kick this final mission's ass.
It's showtime. Now I gotta go back up. Oh, it's just the final boss.
Now then.
They've been drawing this out.
Listen to me.
Once we get on this, there's no turning back. It'll be the final battle. I'm absolutely certain every one of the Phantom Thieves will need to pull their weight in on this one. Whether they're on the front line or they're back up, everybody needs to be prepared. With all that said, do you think we're ready, Joker? Yeah?
Alright, let's go. Everybody ready?
Feels like I'm being called for. I should probably go see her.
Trickster, there is a matter for which I must apologize.
Oh yeah?
I have long sensed the might of this calamity, but I was unable to pierce the veil and see its true identity. To think an artificial intelligence could rise to the strength of a malevolent god.
That's not good. That's no god.
That is accurate. The being may call itself a god, but it is nothing of the sort. That being is the dependency and indolence of mankind made manifest through their desires. It is a false prophet, born from the masses' wishes to surrender their own free will. For the briefest of moments, it almost seemed as if the people reclaimed their desires, but they still slumber in the chaos generated by the false god, and have yet to fully awaken. This situation is all too similar to that which you have already endured. Despite the great variance in circumstances, the masses have once again attempted to abandon consciousness, and yet, you still step forward and risk your life for mankind.
We'll bring them back around.
Without a doubt, you truly are the trickster. Through your indubitable will of rebellion, you have been released. Your decision to fight for humanity was the key that loosed you from your chains. Once you leave here, you shall face the Ark. That egotistical imposter calling itself a god, exploiting the pain of humanity. Please, do not fall to its might. I shall await you here. We will see each other again. That is certain.
Alright, here we go. Time for the big finish.
Hell yeah! Hell?
I am the guiding god sought by mankind, the Demiurge. I exist to answer all of your desires.
Is that still the Ark?
There's no doubt. That's the Ark of the Covenant, alright. That's Emma!
I was once a being given the name Emma. However, that is no more. The desires of mankind have transformed me into a god. I know you heard the voices of the suffering when you were in the desires, attaining the ultimate answer without suffering the lashes doled out by doubt and regret. That is humanity's true desire.
No effing way everyone asked you to glue their eyes to their phone screens!
We don't need you to force any answers on us. We want to find them ourselves.
You heard their cries, yet still failed to see the light. As such, it is my duty to show you the true despair born from harboring desires beyond one's grasp.
Here we go!
I exist to grant humanity's true desire. It is my divine calling to lead them to the promised land. Should you intend to thwart humanity's goal of enlightenment, it is my duty as their god to vanquish you.
Its power is incredible.
Alright.
I can physically feel its pressure.
I wonder how many phases this thing has.
Brace yourselves, everyone. We're going all out until this is settled.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Rays of judgment.
Wait. Why? Is it just not reaching her? Oh shit.
I can't read its moves!
We can't dodge its attacks like this. Is there anything you can do? Just a sec. Analysis in progress. You'll have to hang in there a bit longer. Sorry. Yes, attack patterns are analyzed. Follow my instructions and you'll be able to dodge enemy attacks. We'll track him down. Keep running. Try to shake him.
Stars of fire.
Go, Sophie. Good stuff. Yeah, bad, right? Knock him down. Surrounded. Keep those wings back open.
Discard your desire.
I guess I could have also wrote in
Now is the time for you to be free from suffering.
Gramps, whatever his name is.
Arsene! Neveros! Gravitech!
It's not as if our attacks are fully ineffective.
Let's go!
Pressure. We can still win this.
Alright.
What am I doing?
Getting low. Watch closely how you fight.
Let's go.
It's a strong one. Exploit its weakness to curse.
Wait, what?
Triple assault. Try dodging them.
Shining hammer.
Where was my all-out attack?
Alright. Let's go.
Your triple assault. Try dodging them.
Persona!
Oh, nice, Joker. You hit its weakness. That's the leader of the Phantom Thieves for ya.
Persona! Come! Persona!
This should
Let's
help.
go.
Lightning attack. Fall back. Quick. It's powerful and strong against Psycho Blade. Track him down.
That was, here we go.
This one. This one. This one. This one. There.
I'm so grateful.
Okay.
Thank you.
It's all the mana I have.
Keep running. Try to shake him. Bingo. That skill just now. Perfection. Good job, Joker.
Let's go.
Lost one. Why do you resist salvation? Your desires bring you only pain.
Let's get lobotomizing all of humanity as any sort of salvation.
Take that kind of saving for yourself. It's not happening on our watch. Crap. Surrounded. Keep those wings back open. It's a strong one. Exploit its weakness to curse.
Switch out.
Persona. Pandora. Gotta exploit those weaknesses. No holds barred.
Yeah, I don't understand why you want to go that way.
That entire platform about to be covered. Can you make it to the next area over?
Blanket the earth.
Persona's working! Just need one last push! Persona! I'm not a heartless doll. I have my own will. Mine and mine alone!
Just like this fatal error you've taken under your wing, your hubris will be your downfall. You are living proof that crime has carried humanity to the promised land. It's a secret. I cannot discern the purpose of this conflict.
acting all foolish. It's really pissing me off.
If you still cannot comprehend the truth, then knowledge shall come at the cost of your very life.
Damn it! That thing's strong!
But we're not losing either. We can do this!
No matter how many times we may fall, so long as we rise again, we cannot be defeated.
Well put. And thanks to my line of work, I'm stubborn as hell too!
I do not understand. Why do you push yourselves to your limits to oppose me? Mankind's desires create suffering, and this suffering generates desires within mankind. Desires are the catalyst in the endless cycle of humanity's pain. Hope, the dregs of Pandora's box, is the restraint system binding mankind forever to its misery. Humanity deserves to be freed from its lifelong sentence of suffering. This reaching towards a light they can never grasp. Freedom from all desires. That is the true desire of humanity.
That's not true. I've seen the proof myself. I've witnessed the suffering you put the jail monarchs through. And I've seen the efforts of the Phantom Thieves to help them. I saw people suffer from trauma, struggle to survive, become the things they never wanted to be, and then discover the strength to press on as themselves. One step at a time. Giving up on desires? Living a listless life? In no way is that the optimal solution.
You witness nothing but pitiable conditioning, born from the belief that suffering is virtuous. It springs forth from the arrogant and strong, those capable of overcoming their pain. Releasing humanity from its desires is the sole path that every last person can follow to the promised land. And I am the shepherd who shall guide humanity down that path.
Listen to this egomaniacal app. You really think you're some kind of shepherd? You stole the desires of the masses and gorged yourself on them until you were too bloated to listen to reason. You go on and on about rescuing humanity. All you're doing is robbing and enslaving them.
You call yourself a god, yet fail to realize the desires of humanity have become your own lifeblood as well.
Yes, some desires may be impure. They can create suffering or send someone down the wrong path. But it's also how our hope takes form. Desires give us the power and courage to keep going.
Right. That's what gives us the power to stand up and fight again, no matter how many times we fall.
Like hell will we hand over all of humanity to some program that doesn't even understand them?
We're putting an end to your promised land path right now!
Yeah, we're shutting you down.
We seem incapable of reaching an understanding. As such, I will end this inquiry and grant humanity's desire through your annihilation.
Let's go, everyone! This is the final battle!
This is your chance! It's
Oh boy.
You guys have burned a lot of stamina. Don't overdo it, okay?
Shouldn't it go from false god to falser god?
That was incredible, Sophie! I don't know how you do it! Something's wrong.
Wait, is it healing?
Could our attacks be lacking any effect?
You son of a...
Now that it's a god,
Persona!
Wait, I was trying to shoot, okay. Oh. I didn't have to shoot it. Get behind it. Oh, shoot. Can I get a different character now?
Sure. Alright.
Stand down.
Take this!
Where are you aiming?
Capture the fool.
Analysis complete. You gotta hear this.
The hell, man? Our attacks aren't doing jack shit!
It's the spheres up there. They're feeding energy to the Demiurge.
So until we deal with those, our attacks on the main body are fruitless. How do we do that? There are a whole bunch of them.
We should split up. Now is not a good time to break up, everyone.
I see. Splitting to groups and coordinate a strike. Okay, we need 3 teams. 2 go after the spheres, 1 more sticks to the main body. You should lead that last team, Joker.
Good luck with the spheres.
All right, we're ready for assignment.
What is this, Final Fantasy VI? Wait a minute, what? I didn't know you could do that.
Let's see.
That should do it. Careful out there, everyone. I can navigate all 3 teams. Overclocking my brain like that might melt it down, but I'm gonna do it. Let's go, everyone.
Come, Guardian.
Time to show you what real hypocrite is! Mess you up!
As long as we're around, you're not getting your way.
Are they weak to anything? Fire.
Watch out! Chopin has multiple affinity attacks. Don't go ignoring your weaknesses.
The desires of mankind are the root of their misfortune. Bring this to light for them, Pepe.
Wait, am I dealing with another monster too?
Tear summon it. Take out the tear first. Now be in deep if it keeps summoning wardens. You're a beautiful combo, Panther. How was that? Too bad.
I'm going to!
Bless them with God's beneficence.
That's a lot of spheres.
So brash.
Really lean into that Demiurge.
You see that? Even
fatally flawed organism. The truth lies in their legacy of irrational decision. Why would you oppose the creation of a perfect world? It would be the best solution for every one of you.
That one to me. Nice move, Panther!
Fair warning, this one's gonna be rough. Reward! Dance, Carmen! Get ready, Carmen!
Wait. Oh, I thought they all had the same weakness. My bad.
I'm going too!
Here, beautiful combo, Panther! Set him up, Carmen!
No wonder nothing was happening.
Powerful shadow defeated! Nice teamwork! One spear down! Too late to beg for forgiveness! Get lost!
Do you truly understand your actions? Hear me when I say, I have formed the ultimate solution. Humanity will be delivered from its suffering. Disappear.
One spear down! The spears are dropping one by one! We're halfway there now! Keep it up, guys! Give it my all!
You don't have a weakness?
Shoot 'em up! Raise their attack power. We don't want to get hit right now.
Kneel before me.
One spear down.
So brash.
Okay, what are you weak to?
Fire won't work. Super strong. Get careful out there. Beautiful combo, Panther. How was that?
Whip it.
I'm going too! I'm going too!
Everyone stay focused. Powerful shadow defeated. Nice teamwork. You're doing it. Just one more big push to go. Hang in there. Finish it with a bang, Joker.
Go. Guardians.
A world without freedom can never know beauty. I shall turn you to ribbons along with
But
your
these guys are moving. Maybe that's why there's 3.
Since it's impossible to arrest a god, the Phantom Thieves get to punish you instead.
Wipe away these obstacles, Moxie. Create the foundation for the ideal world.
Damn, a ton of shadows just appeared. Looks like my boots will summon them. Hey, watch your health. Rest out there.
I got your back. I appreciate it.
Way to follow up, boss.
That was well played. Take this! There!
Thistle, purify these humans tainted with ruinous desire.
Looks like Yeso uses less than curse attacks.
Alright, there should be 1 down. 1.5.
Powerful shadow eliminated. Way to go, Fox. One spear down.
Tire of your grotesque sight. At least your end can be
Oh, I think I got rid of
Nothing
both.
but evil temptation, leading humans down a path of suffering and trust your desires to me. Or you forever languish in despair.
Stand our ground and fight for ourselves. Don't stop like you won't stop us.
Deceit, arrogance, jealousy. The world is full of such malice in it. Come stay. Promise me.
Like the music here. Not bad.
True peace will be realized there.
Powerful shadow eliminated. Way to go, Fox.
Kneel before me.
One spear down. The spears are dropping one by one. We're halfway there now. Keep it up, guys.
I do not comprehend why you deny my answer. I can guide you to the promised land. I can save all of you. There will be no loss, no grief. Yet you continue to resist. This?
Fair warning, this one's gonna be rough. And another. Hang in there. Defense up. Nice work, Cardinal. Let's go, Noir. That's not cover. Good work, Noir.
Yeah.
Music raw administered. Very swanky, Noir. One sphere down.
So brash.
I'll give it my all.
I can get that one.
No holding back. You're doing it. Just one more big push to go. Hang in there. It's all yours now, Joker.
Come, Guardian.
Are you kidding me? Those balls are back.
My will, no one else's. I won't let anyone tell me how to live.
Let's go.
I refuse to allow all of humanity to be turned into dolls. My job is to stop you.
It's over.
The spear's gone. Now you can really lay into that demiurge.
You see that? Even a god's no prob for us!
Man is a fatally flawed organism, and they always live in their legacy of irrational decisions. Why would you oppose the creation of a perfect world? It would be the best solution for every one of you.
Not having a place to belong sucks. You don't got one? You just have to make one for yourself. That's what these guys taught me. That's how I know I don't need your shitty world.
What ran out of the moment you underestimated the thing.
As mankind searches for its own
Die already.
it repeatedly strays from the correct path. By accepting the answers I provide, you will all be freed of the pain of a company's failure.
That's not how it works at all. You're all silly sticks the game while looking for your answer. Remember? This one. How about this? This one. The dreams I share with these guys would be
No.
impossible making your world. One sphere down. Too late to beg for forgiveness. I'll get you that box.
Do you truly understand?
Let me burn that.
How about this? How about this?
Your actions. Hear me when I say, I have formed the ultimate solution. Humanity will be delivered from its suffering.
Kind of feels like excuse me. End of Final Fantasy 13.
Desires are nothing but evil temptations, leading humans down the path of suffering, and trust your desires to me. Or do you prefer to languish in despair?
Despair instills no fear in me. As long as I have the
What
will
the-
to stand once more, I shall forge my own path. Let's go. My companions are the ones who led me to that realization.
Why is it not reaching him?
Could ever comprehend that?
One sphere
Oh,
down.
that's so dumb.
This is the price of trampling on the hearts of all humanity.
That was a waste of good mana.
Difficult decision. And grows exhausted at endless possibilities. I shall be the end to that suffering. Are you not in search of such an answer as mine?
She's doing so much more damage than him.
deceit, arrogance, jealousy. The world is full of such malice in its current state. Promised land is a place of equality and righteousness. True peace will be realized there.
We love to live in a world where people don't hurt us. We have to make that world for ourselves if we're going to have a chance. You can't be forced us.
One sphere down. Spheres are dropping one by one. We're halfway there now. Keep it up, guys.
I do not comprehend why you deny my answer.
I think that's doing any damage.
The promised land. I can save all of you. There will be no loss, no grief. Yet you continue to resist?
Loss is scary, especially to a coward like me. It only gets scarier once you lose someone important. But what's even scarier is just giving up. Then I wouldn't be able to protect the people I still have left.
Real reformer.
Powerful, but it's weak to bless attack. Give them divine punishment.
No, no. Look at Sophie's damage.
To think you would turn your blades against a benevolent god. So rash.
One sphere down.
Flawed service. You are unable to provide humanity with the right answer. However, you still have a chance to correct this. Why? Discard your heart and join me in the promised land.
This one. This one. How about this? How about this? Here. You are not one. Whether or not I have the answer, I'll keep searching for the right answer myself. No matter how long it takes.
Desires are the root of all suffering. Unfathomable. Unfathomable.
Just one more big push to go. Hang in there.
Desires. Humanity's desires. Unfathomable. Unfathomable.
The enemy's down. It's weakened too. Now's our chance.
All right. Everybody together. Let's finish this for good.
Let's go. Ha!
Come on!
Joker, finish it!
But why? I am the god who would guide humanity.
Now that's something.
Oh, look at them all. They're so pretty.
Beautiful. Is it finally over?
Mm-hmm. No mistake there. I'm not picking up any enemy readings.
So?
Hell yeah! We did it!
raped by. That was unbelievably rough.
Oh, that should have taken care of the jails, too.
Top-notch work, you guys. That was some legitimate hero action back there.
Why are you talking like you weren't in there? You're a hero too, Wolf.
As well as Sophie.
Huh?
Sophie?
Oh, sorry. I'm a hero. A knight in shining armor. That doesn't sound bad at all, right, Joker?
Not as good as Phantom Thief.
Yeah, that always sounds cool.
Looks like it's starting. The fusion of reality and the metaverse is coming undone. Now's the time to make our escape.
Oh yeah, we need to bring Ichinose with us.
I will go get her. You should all head back now.
All right, let's get out of here.
So, everything's back to the way it was, right?
Well, I think it's safe to say so, yeah. So, you mean...
Finally! Oh, it's all over!
Thank goodness!
It appears this case is closed, so to speak.
That reminds me. Where are Sophia and Ichinose-san?
I'm right here. Great job, everyone. I call this mission a real success. I'm glad you're safe too, Sophia. Where's Ichinose-san, though? She should have been with me.
Oh, good. You all made it back in one piece. I hear you there. And same for you.
Looks like everyone's gone back to normal. They don't remember what happened to them, do they?
Correct. At least whatever events took place while their desires were gone.
I see. I'm so sorry for all the trouble I caused you guys.
Ichinose?
My apologies. But I'm going to head out now. I have a lot of thinking to do.
Hey, are you sure you're okay by yourself?
Yeah. I'm going to head back home to Shibuya. It's been years since the last time I was there. For a long time, it was just the place where I stashed away everything from my past. But now, I need to go back. Well, be seeing you.
I wonder if Ichinose-san will be alright.
I'm sure she'll be fine.
People can get all caught up in what others have to say, and wind up forgetting what they have to say for themselves. At the same time, just a few words can end up being a lifeline to somebody too. I'm sure you were able to talk sense into her, Sophia. Just give her some time to process.
You got it. Thanks, Senkichi.
Well, not to bite her style or anything, but I ought to say my goodbyes too.
What's the rush, Gramps?
We may not have brought a god down at the station, but we did find the culprit behind this whole mess, and foiled the entire scheme. I'm sure the bizarre incidents are in our past now, and thanks to the Monarch's confessions, you're all in the clear. That means our deal's through.
What do you mean by that? Don't say such sad stuff, Senkichi.
But you're a Phantom Thief now. We're still a team.
Come on, man. You remember I only met up with you guys so I could use you.
Yeah, but like, you didn't really have a choice, did you?
If anything, you are our most valuable asset.
Yeah, we owe you an awful lot, Senkichi.
Thanks. You know, it really was great meeting you all. To be totally honest, I was originally jealous of you, since my line of work means a lot of wasted effort getting things done. Your direct results sort of felt like cheating. It was really bugging me for a while there.
Senkichi.
But at the end of the day, not only did you guys rescue me, but you literally saved Akane's life. That's what opened my eyes and showed me the things I needed to do. The things I'd lost sight of over the years. I guess my heart got changed before I could even see it coming.
feeling's mutual. You taught us an awful lot too, you know. Like the challenges you can face when trying to live by your beliefs.
As well as the pains of child rearing. Good point. But there's a lot of joy to find in those things too. At this point, I'm finally ready to take care of something that's been plaguing me for a long time.
You mean Iwata?
Right. I got no reason to hold back anymore. I know what I have to do.
What you have to do.
Good luck. You've got this.
Yeah. Break a leg, Gramps.
Gotcha. But it's not like this is the last time we'll ever see each other. I'm sure we'll cross paths again soon enough.
I hope so too. No, I know it.
Just do me a favor. Next time we meet, make sure it's not in an interrogation room, okay? But if anything does go down, feel free to reach out. I swear I'll do whatever I can to help.
We will.
See you, Phantom Thieves. Or, no, you damn kids.
There he goes.
Zenkichi's great showdown in our world is about to begin.
I'm sure he'll be fine. We ought to get going now.
Yep, home sweet home awaits, along with a nice big helping of Sojiro's curry.
Looks like our journey's finally coming to an end.
We're home!
What were you thinking? Coming home a day late? You didn't even call to let me know.
Sorry, Sojiro. We had to fight this massive god and beat it and save the world from getting brainwashed and
Jeez. Well, at least you guys are safe. Welcome back, kids. Oh, and you too.
Meow!
Good to see you.
Uh-huh. Hope you had fun.
Sojiro, it was amazing! There's so much I gotta tell you! But I'm too wiped out today. I just want to eat until I pass out into my curry. Sojiro, curry.
Already got it ready for you. Just give me a sec to heat it up.
Sojiro, you're the best. Ah, that aroma of coffee and curry. This place really is comforting.
Coffee and curry? Does that mean Boss is behind the counter?
Huh? Haven't I heard that voice somewhere before?
Oh, that's right. I never had the chance to introduce myself. Nice to meet you, Sojiro. I'm Sophia, humanity's companion and a member of the Phantom Thieves.
All of us, Sophia included, had a great time talking about the fun we had on our road trip. That night, we all died.
You have accomplished your goal with magnificent aplomb. Despite all manner of hardships, your bonds and your fortitude staved off the oppressive darkness, shining brightly for all humanity. You have again broken free from the shackles of fate and grasped your future for yourself. As a result, the god sought by many has returned to the void. Some may be lost without it, with nary a hope to cling on to. Be that as it may, I believe the blazing will that you fostered throughout your journey has been embedded deep within the hearts of mankind, and will surely blossom into hope for them when they most need it, allowing them to face their own challenges with strength and grace. Thank you, Trickster. Allow me to praise you in my master's stead. You were truly a remarkable guest. May our paths cross yet again one day. Until then, sweet dreams.
Crazy Summer's given us a whole lot of grief, but our mission was a success, and we made a bunch of great memories together. So, let's get this celebration going!
Woo! Applause! Applause! What's wrong, Ryuji? You don't appear to be your usual self.
Man, I could not fall asleep last night. My bed at home just wasn't doing it for me.
I gotcha. Our bodies are all spec'd for the Feathermobile at this point.
I find myself missing the Feathermobile too.
Why'd you change the name when we don't even got it anymore?
Isn't it called the Phantomobile?
That was true. At least for a little while.
Anyway, it looks like nobody besides us thieves remembers what happened at the Tokyo radio tower, just like last time.
That sucks. Considering it was our asses on the line and all.
Patrolling society from the shadows, slaying evil in secret. I admit it sounds rather alluring.
Well, yeah, but don't you want some kind of recognition every once in a while, too? You know, like fangirls and that kind of stuff?
I hear you there.
Joker! Skull! Oh, you're so cool.
Yeah, you know what? Never mind.
And why's that?
Still, we made all sorts of unforgettable memories. I couldn't have asked for anything more. Same here. It was a new experience at every turn. It was the best.
And we can rest easy knowing we did everything we could to help. Any loose strings left are in the middle of being wrapped up.
Oh, man. Gramps would have really helped to turn this party up, huh?
I bet he'd say he's too busy trying to bring in Owada to attend a celebration just yet.
So we're all partying while Zenkichi's still busting his buns on the case? Now I'm feeling a bit guilty.
Maybe because he remembered school's starting back up soon? And doesn't that go for all of you?
Oh, yeah, that reminds me. When are you heading home?
Tomorrow.
Huh? Really?
Time sure did fly by.
We'll be back.
Well, duh, man. And make it soon, okay?
Sophia, will you be joining them?
You got it.
And what if she ends up sniffing out of jail in his hometown, huh?
Like that would ever happen.
Now that you mention it, I wonder why Sophia was in the Shibuya jail anyway, of all places.
Good point.
Well, Ichinose did mention that she used to live in Shibuya. Perhaps Sophia was originally located within her house.
So, when Emma picked up on Sophia's existence from the metaverse side, that cognition... this is all speculation. And even if that's how any of it worked, it'd have to be some sort of miracle.
Since we're on the topic, Sophia, you seemed a bit distracted after we defeated the Demiurge. Did something happen?
Oh, that. I heard Emma's voice.
Huh?
You mean the one only you can hear?
Yes. I was issued a final request. Please follow your heart to save humanity.
Emma asked you that?
Had we been able to reach a mutual agreement, perhaps Emma could have followed Sophia's path rather than face destruction.
I believe this is proof of the true power that the Phantom Thieves hold. Artificial intelligence is not the enemy of mankind. We were born to help people, but just like people, we are capable of errors in judgment and can stray from the right path. Our users, their input, our experience, these all mold us to take a wide variety of beliefs. If only Emma had learned and grown with a good companion.
Then why don't you give yourself the directive to show others how it's done?
What?
Since you're such a good companion to humanity, you can be a positive role model for how AI and humans can work together. Oh, I couldn't even count how many people that'd end up helping in the end.
We'll have your back.
Thank you, everyone. Oh, but I can't leave this smartphone. That's a shame. Being a role model and helping countless people will have to wait. I've cooked up an ultra epic.
God, shut up! This is getting too close to being a downer. This is a celebration, right? Celebrate! Come on, Yusuke, you, me, soda chugging contest, now!
I don't know if we're ready for that.
Such idiocy. To think you could consume more than I.
Hey, you better not spill any of that.
You idiots! Oh, you got soda all over my fur!
Not exactly the celebration I'd planned.
Yikes.
Jeez, thanks for ruining the celebration for me, Ryuji. But it was fun. Everyone seemed to be having a good time. Yeah, I guess I had fun too. So, will the Phantom Thieves be disbanding tomorrow? We don't have a choice with school and everything starting back up. Ryuji and Lady Ann already have their plates full with homework as it is.
I think they'll do alright. No, wait. I'm kind of worried.
Me too. And Yusuke? I'm sure he's ready to get back to his artwork. Makoto and Haru are heading back to college. I wonder what life is like there.
I bet it'll be really fun.
They didn't seem too bummed on their deal. Sure, they complained from time to time, but it sounds like they're having fun overall. And Futaba seems to have gotten a lot stronger too, huh? Considering how she seems now, she's not gonna have any trouble at school making new friends. Everyone has found their own path.
What's up?
Well, I was wondering what my path is. You'll find it soon enough, Sophia. Until then, feel free to stick with this guy and me.
That's right.
Thanks, you two. We're really heading out tomorrow. I still wish we had more time, but we ought to get some rest.
How many more cutscenes?
Well, be careful on your way back.
See ya! It was a real blast.
Drop us a line whenever you're back. No matter what you're doing, we'll drop it to meet you.
We'll be waiting to hear from you.
Are you gonna be back for winter break? You know you could come back sooner, right?
The attic's all yours whenever you like. It'll only cost you a few hours behind the counter.
You take care too, Morgana.
Lady Ann, while it pains me to leave you, I must keep watch over him.
See you later, Mona-chan. Listen to your owner, okay? No, he listens to me, and I'm not a pet.
Keep an eye on these two for us, okay, Sophia?
Okay, I've got it.
I almost forgot!
What's the matter?
I have a present for Sophia. A present?
Indeed. I didn't get a chance to give it to you yesterday.
Oh, one moment, Futaba. There's a message from Ichinose.
Sorry this is so sudden, but could you meet me in front of Shibuya Station? Bring everyone else too if you can. I promise not to take too much of your time. Well, hope to see you there.
What did Ichinose-san have to say?
Sure didn't expect that.
Let's meet her. I'm curious.
I admit, I'm curious as well. Are any of you too busy to join us?
Not at all. In fact, this seems right.
Yes, one last little farewell trip together.
She said to meet her here, right?
Yeah, but I don't see her. Maybe we just beat her here. What do you say we wait for a bit?
So hot. Melting. I'm evaporating in 5 seconds. Perhaps we could find a spot to stand and wait that isn't directly in the sun.
Huh? Wait, look
that?
We now bring you breaking news. A shocking turn of events in the political realm. Moments ago, an arrest warrant was issued for legislator June Owada. The charges against Mr. Owada span from bribery and tax evasion to...
That's...
A fleet of police vehicles have encircled the Diet members' office building, which is reportedly being searched at this time. We now take you to the investigation team's press conference, live at their headquarters.
We have uncovered evidence that shows Mr. Owada illegally accepted funds from the company Medice. Additional investigations into his numerous other charges are currently underway. Regarding the specific hit-and-run incident 2 years ago, wherein Mr. Owada's secretary claimed to be the culprit, we have learned the true culprit was Mr. Owada himself, driving his own vehicle while under the influence of alcohol. The concealment of this fact involved multiple high-ranking members of the police force, all arrested for conspiracy to conceal evidence. I cannot apologize deeply enough for the flagrant, abysmal disregard for truth and justice from this department. We intend to follow our investigations to the absolute end, not only for justice's sake, but for that of the people and their faith in the police.
Whoa, is this real?
Wait, that Owada? And the police were in on it? Isn't this like a huge deal?
Furthermore, there are claims that Mr. Owada's criminal activity extends well beyond that with Medice, including suspicions that he ordered the murder of his secretary 2 years ago, as well as...
Isn't that... Senkichi-san did it! He finally got the person he's been after for so long!
Serves. Score 1 for Senkichi.
Yeah, Gramps pulled it off! That dude really is badass!
The perpetrator's finally caught under the light of truth. A job well done.
Looks like he wasn't just trolling us about his skills. No wonder he made such a good part of our team.
He's finally avenged his wife. Yep. Just like he promised Akane. Not only was the killer caught, he was the one who collared him. I'm so happy for Senkichi-san.
Hey, been waiting long?
Ichinose-san!
Wrapping up the paperwork at the police station took a lot longer than I'd expected.
The police station?
I actually went straight there and turned myself in the moment we finished our conversation.
Hang on, but what you did was...
Konoe was the one who abused Emma's power. If you turned yourself in over all that...
Setting Emma loose upon the world like I did would have led to its destruction if not for you all. I know that's true. Not only that, there's no denying I directly hurt you all as well. I thought I should be punished for that. At the very least.
Ichinose!
So, I confessed everything to the police. Big surprise. They didn't believe anything I said.
Well, it's not exactly the easiest story to buy.
I even tried to get Hasegawa-san to help with my confession. He just laughed it off. The police are too busy for fairy tales right now.
That sure sounds like Senkichi.
Anyway, I originally planned to do this once I was released from jail. But I'm thinking of taking a journey of my own.
A journey, you say?
Yes, a sort of quest to learn about the human heart. I thought Emma really would guide humanity to a better world. But once Sophia changed my mind, that was when I noticed something. The eyes of everyone saved by Emma, they just looked cold and dead. But you all, Sophia included, your eyes were so brimming with hope that it opened my own. Sophia learned about the human heart by joining you on your journey. You shared good times and bad. You were there for each other when you needed it. And you learned to understand each other. I don't know if I'll ever be able to do that kind of thing, but I want to speak with other people about the heart when learning this time.
try and really do it right. I just needed to make sure I apologize to Sophia and you all properly before I depart. I truly am so sorry for putting you all through so much pain.
Don't sweat it.
Remember, you also lent us aid, Ichinose. We bear no ill will towards you.
Thank you.
Hey, I have a request of my own.
Really? What is it?
Well, I want to join Ichinose.
Huh? You mean go with her on her journey?
You've all done so much for me. You accepted me when I had nowhere to go. You said I was your teammate and friend. You gave me a home. It made me so happy. I constantly felt warm and fuzzy inside. However, everyone now has their own path to the future. Thanks to you all, I've learned so much. I've even found my path to follow, the path I need to take as humanity's companion. I want to be able to lend a helping hand to anyone who strays from their own path. Just like you all do, I want to help people find their way so they can find their happiness. If Ichinose is trying to find her way, then I should be there for her, just like you were for me. I want to become more like you, so I can be the self that I want to be.
Sophia.
Does that mean we're saying goodbye to you too now, Sophia?
But I thought she was stuck in there. That's not an issue. Sophia, do you remember the first night we met? That full scan of you in LeBlanc's attic? Well, I've only been able to hammer away at it little by little, but since that day, I've been working on a program to get you out of there.
Dude, for real?
I tried telling you guys a whole bunch of times, but I didn't think it'd wind up being a goodbye gift.
Futaba?
Sophia's decided what she wants to do. She's found her path in life.
So we should congratulate her and send her off with a smile. Right, Futaba?
Yeah, you're right.
Are you sure this is what you want, Sophia? They're clearly really going to miss you.
Yes, it's what I want. But first, I need to hear it from you. May I go with Ichinose?
Of course.
Thanks. Sorry, everyone. I haven't been able to show my appreciation for what you've done for me.
Ah, what are you talking about? You know that's not how friends roll.
Yeah, friends and members of the Phantom Thieves.
You'll always be a part of us.
Nothing could sever the bond we forged over such high stakes.
And we'll never forget the great times we had together.
I know you'll be a fantastic companion to Ichinose-san.
Sophia, stay safe out there.
Thank you for everything.
Thank you.
Well, all things considered,
Have fun,
this was a
Sophia.
fun summer vacation.
Let's keep at it, Sophia. You know you can call anytime.
You'll always be a friend to us.
Yeah.
Thank you all. I promise. I won't forget you or our time together. We'll meet again.
Yeah, no matter what.
Okay, no matter what.
Goodbye.
Yay, over. This has been what? Like 70? No. 60 days of Persona 5, I think. It took me like 3 weeks to finish Persona 5, then I replayed it for 10 days. Then Royal took me 20 or 21 days also. And this has been 8. It's been 2 months of Persona 5. Yeah, a lot of hours. Oh, this one was only 50. But Persona 5, and it was like 146, then 50 for the replay, and 130 I think in Royal. And yeah, it was fun. This one was nice with all the travels around Japan. Like, I forget all the locations. The music was too loud and it can't be adjusted. It was like only negative about the game. Especially in cutscenes. When the music was louder than what they were saying. Yeah, there's a Gundam version. I'm not sure how similar the gameplay is, but yeah. Produce every time I see well, there's Shin Megami Tensei and then there's Persona.
He should be out any second.
There!
Another massive scandal. Legislator June Iwata has just been taken into police custody after being connected to a hit and run as well as several counts of robbery.
It's about time we got going too, huh? Guess so.
So we'll go our separate ways once more.
It's a little sad. Saying goodbye, I mean.
Come on! It's never goodbye forever! We'll be back in a flash!
Sure will.
Yeah.
Until next time, Phantom Thieves!
Finn. Yeah, there might be like 10 games. There's a Shin Megami Tensei If, which is like the first Persona. And then there's a Persona. There's two Persona 2s, Eternal Punishment and something. But only the first one, no, the second one got released in the States. And then there's like two Persona 3s and two Persona 4s and three Persona 5s. Yeah. And there's a Persona Q for 3DS, I think. And the Shin Megami Tensei games share the same monsters, pretty much. But they are more of like post-apocalyptic, I think. But yeah, thank you everyone for stopping by, hanging out. This has been it for Persona everything. I'm sure I'll be back one day with replay of Persona 5. But either I'll be back with like next stream with Resident Evil 2 to take a break, or I'll be playing Dragon Quest Heroes, which is made by the same company, just I think it's gonna be similar but different gameplay. But yeah. Oh yeah, there are the dancing games too. Whoops. Should do this. I totally forgot. But yeah. Again, thank you everyone. Enjoy your rest of the weekend. Hello Crivey, thanks for lurking. Thanks Moist, Archie, Bad Plum, Arma, everyone lurking. You guys are amazing. Take care and goodbye.